So, no, that's not even remotely close to what I was saying. No, not yet. Just no. But I mean, if you made yourself a antagonist in a horror game and it was a literal picture of you and it was scary, yes, I would run my video game character at it and let my character die to it so I could get a good look at it. It removes the scariness from it. Like, and the same kind of goes for Dead Space, you know? Just once you've seen that guy's eyeball get gouged out like 5 times, it stops being as scary of a cutscene, right? Also, I don't think you realize this, but you have no idea how fucking creepy that sentence is, IHQMD. You have zero clue how creepy that sentence is. That is the creepiest thing I've read in my Twitch chat in months. All right, including the person who typed my first and last name in my Twitch chat. That is fucking creepy. But speaking of things that are fucking creepy, let's play some Dwarves. So the last time we played this fort, we kind of ended on a cliffhanger. There's a forgotten beast running around in the caverns. It's just a forgotten beast that seems oddly uninterested in actually fighting with us. It's this thing. Panic. Demigatkit. You are hilarious, Patchwork. You didn't scare me, but you did make me immediately want to time you out for 30 minutes because you're not funny. Anyway, it's a huge cephalopods with lidless eyes. It has large mandibles, and it undulates rhythmically. You owe me $10 for that terrible joke, Patchwork. Beware its deadly spittle. So yeah, this thing's just like kind of hanging out over here. It's been kind of hanging out over here for a little bit. One of the things that we did towards the end of the last stream is we killed a mummy who is occupying a necromancer tower. So this tower down here was occupied by a mummy, and we slayed the mummy. And I want to steal the rest of those books. So we should go get better overlords so that we can learn to be a better overlord. But the actual fortress itself is doing pretty good. We have 120 dwarves currently. We don't have an appraiser at this exact moment. I guess you guys just don't understand the concept of context and think you're all hilarious, which is fair. Anyway, so in general, the fortress is doing quite well. This dwarf needs to go back to prison, apparently. But we don't have any necromancers in the fortress yet, but we have started raiding towers. The first one that we started raiding was just run by a mummy instead of a, necromancer. So there doesn't seem to be any fun books in there. I mean, they seem to. I don't know if they have randomly generated AI, but some of them seem super aggressive and some of them just kind of hang out. So I don't know if they do, but I would actually say that they kind of seem to have randomly generated AI or like maybe needs. It's hard to say. Anyway, the fortress is currently kind of framey, which is why I kind of paused the game. And I think the reason it's framey is because this Forgotten Beast showed up right when I sent a couple squads out to go raid something. So, which actually led me to believe that something was stuck in a tree somewhere. But I don't think that's the case. I think what actually happens is whenever... So, we had a were creature in the fort, right? And so the little backstory here. There's a couple were pandas in the fort, right? We've also been getting attacked by were pandas pretty frequently. One of the dwarves who was turned into a were panda... survived the attack and came into my hospital and got their wounds patched up. Now, a while ago, we obtained this. The Dark Human Pits of Malice Acted, which the humans, who were friends with us at the time, invaded and occupied. So it's occupied by humans. It's goblin pits that were invaded, taken over, and occupied by a human faction that was friendly with us. And then they just invaded us for no reason. Like, I quite literally have zero clue as to why we're at war with them, but we're at war with them. So we're at war with them now. And they are still economically linked to us. So I sent I expelled one of my were creatures to this spot. Because they're still economically linked to us, I can send members of my faction there. So I sent a were creature there. And now every single time the moon is full, the game cranks down to almost no frame rate. Because I'm convinced that the person that we sent there is slowly causing were creature outbreaks, which does cause frames to drop a little bit if there's a were creature outbreak happening somewhere in the world. It was happening in Long Death for a bit and then kind of stopped happening. So that's my theory as to why the frames are dropping. So once the moon ceases to be full in the top right of the screen, we should be good. Willem Katsu, it's good to see you. We're celebrating 3 years of being a Twitch partners, and that's why there's a timer on the screen. A were streamer? I'm a streamer twisted into humanoid form. He is crazed for bits and subs, and his eyes glow purple. You will know why you fear the stream. Anyway, there's that fucking thing in the corner. And there ain't much I can do about it. I was thinking about trying to cave something in on its head when it didn't move for a bit, but then it started moving again, and I'm like, I don't know what to do with this. Quite literally, I do not know what to do with it. Also, another thing that's happening in this fort, which I should probably show you, is this. This is my cute little moat, which is about to start spilling over and into the main land, basically. I should probably turn it off for a bit, but I kind of don't want to. So, because I built my fort right next to the edge of the map, I can't actually build all the way up to the edge of the map. So this is as far as I can build, right? So this lava is going to start spilling out and onto the map. And I'm just going to kind of let it do that. It's fine. I'm just going to let it do that for fun. Because I'm kind of curious about how bad it's going to get. So that's a thing that's happening. So basically, we have a bunch of dwarves that are out raising things. We've got a bunch of dwarves inside, and we've got a forgotten beast that wants to kill us. Also, hey, Laura. What's up? But how have we been, Picture Point? How is things? So, yeah. That's that. That's the plan. We sit here and we chill. And maybe I'll play Nobody Lives Under the White House later tonight. Or something else. Probably some Golden Crown Hotel at the very least. Assuming that timer keeps going. Because we have a maximum of 16 possible hours on the timer. So yeah, that's the plan. And my mayor is beating the crap out of the criminal because my mayor is, of course, judge, jury, and executioner. Yeah, I guess we just stare at this forgotten beast and let the frame rate fall down until the moon stops being full. I kind of love that it's the moon that's making the game lag right now. But I don't know if randomly generated AI would be great, but it would be kind of neat if they could select from a large breadth of traits or something that make them have different things. What kind of computer issues? Like, we talking like computer refuses to worky computer issues? Or are we talking like... For a second there, I thought there might be a third were creature in the fort, but there isn't. It's just... Oh! I know what's causing the frame rate issues. That person's in a military squad, apparently. I think. Yeah, you are. How did you get added into the military? Well, I just fixed the frame rate issue. Apparently my were creature got added to the military somehow. Anyway, now that you're no longer in the military, the frame rate came back. Let's find that Forgotten Beast. So I was correct that it was connected to the moon, but... Is it blue screening or is it just crashing? Because my knee-jerk response is, I wonder if your RAM sticks are going. That's just the first thing that comes to mind with that sort of thing. That's just the first thing that comes to mind, but Stray Beak Dog has forgotten her training. I have beak dogs? Why haven't we eaten them? What? Yeah, if you have to like do a manual shut off, and also you did get that one blue screen once, I wonder if your RAM is going. I mean, but that's all, like, RAM is always the first thing that I blame. Hard drives is the second thing that I blame whenever I'm having any kind of PC issues. All right, yeah. You big critter running into the fort. Same thing happened when you tried to play Tarkov? Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't totally shock me. All right, well, you're tackling a dwarf, one of my planters, who's probably, yep, already dead. Unreachable location. Is the door locked? What? That shouldn't be an unreachable location. I think Forgotten Beast is trying to knock down door. Oh, looks like one of my soldiers is out. Two of them, in fact. The Kaval and Kivish Hatch, who's one of my best swords dwarves, and they're on the beast. They are cutting it into pieces from the looks of things. Doesn't seem to be getting any hits in. They seem to just be stabbing it. They're sticking the purple text is basically them just like sticking their swords in, losing hold, and then grabbing it again and pulling it out. Turned dark and odd colors. Huh. Yeah, what Segfruit said. Spearmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her adamantine spear, tearing the muscle and spilling the guts. Yeah, it's dead. It is definitely dead. The Spearmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her adamantine spear, tearing the muscle and tearing the heart. A major artery in the heart has been opened by the attack. Zulban says, I have improved my spear, and that was not satisfying. Wait, what? Why would that not be satisfying? Yes, Spearmaster. She feels satisfied upon improving fighting, but she doesn't feel anything when joining an existing conflict. And why was that very satisfying if that was not satisfying? But congrats, killer of Bannock. Wait, what? Oh, right. And then we found the dwarf outside dead that died. Rest in peace, mutilated dwarf who got beheaded. You probably died too young, I would say. Probably died too young. It all just started. I mean, that's generally how PC issues get going, right? They just kind of begin, and then once they've begun, they just kind of continue. Um, when it's a one-off issue and it's just a thing that happens once and then never becomes a real problem, that's one thing. But if it starts and then just kind of continues, that's when it's bad. I just need to make sure that I have open coffins. I do definitely have a lot of places for... I do definitely have a lot of coffins placed that are just not active. I'm just making all of these active now. The delivery window has arrived. Are you doing like the full delivery and setup where they set the bed up for you and everything? Because those are the best. Yeah, no, fortunately I've never had any I've never had any major issues with this computer, but that's like one of those things that I have like micro nightmares about, is just like my computer just deciding to cease functioning one day. That is actually something I have nightmares about. Because then I'd need to build a new computer. And I can't afford the aftermarket prices for a lot of those graphics cards. Although, that being said, I do really need a new graphics card before Stalker 2 releases. That is like the only big budget game that I've been excited for in maybe memory ever. Like maybe period. Like I don't believe I've ever been so excited for a game before. Oh shit, there's a ghost. Who's that? Irvad, the ghostly engraver. Well. Nightmares in ASCII? I don't actually dream in ASCII. I had one ASCII dream once, and that was just purely because I was dreaming about Dwarf Fortress, because everybody dreams about games that they play. And I've dreamed about roguelikes I've played before. But generally, it's me, if I'm dreaming in ASCII, it's me sitting at a computer. But usually my dreams are just like traumatic nightmares based on real life events, so they're usually pretty real. So I try to not dream generally if I get the opportunity. What, Stalker? I feel like a lot of the gushing about Stalker is maybe a bit overdone these days. So we're attacking Daub-Hated, the tower, once again. We killed the mummy, who was ruling the tower previously. There's definitely a lot of nostalgia lenses. The best way to play Stalker now is to just, especially if you've never played Stalker before, is to not play any of the Stalkers and instead just play Stalker Anomaly, which is free and completely fan-made. Apparently it's also a song. But yeah, no, it's just on ModDB and it's a standalone Stalker game because they open sourced the engine. So people ripped assets and remade assets and made new assets and added a shit ton of mods, and there's basically a unofficial Stalker 4. The dwarf Dastot Armpick unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. And the dwarf, the long volcanoes led by Cogsat Gateir clashed with 21 animated goblins, slaying 6. These are the good taglines when it's just like, clashed with 842 goblins, slaying 200. I would say that we are winning this. We looted a bunch of books. What is Stalker? It's a sandbox first-person shooter game made by GSC Game World. That Stalker Call of Chernobyl, or not, Shadow of Chernobyl. Call of Pripyat's what I'm thinking of. Shadow of Chernobyl was released in like 2007. They were very ambitious games for the time. We got a mica book binding. I wonder what kind of book they were planning on putting that on. Let's see what books you guys got. Well, you got book bindings. You got clothing. What about you? You have a scroll. Better Overlord. Excellent. It's an essay entitled Better Overlord, written by the Mummy. It concerns the dreamy spider in the mid-autumn. The dreamy spider in the mid-autumn of 259. The writing overflows with sadness, but the prose is great. You're carrying clothing. You're carrying rope. You've got a book. First the duel, after the end. Written on the item is an essay entitled First the Duel and After the End. And then the world, authored by the Mummy. It concerns the creation of the duel after the end in Dobhield by the human mummy Desib. In the late summer of 498, the writing indulges the author's every whim, yet overflows with sadness. The prose is masterful. Just know that game will kill you a lot. Psychfault. It will kill you a lot. It's pretty merciless. It's very much a quick save game. In that case, at least. I mean, I'm sure people drank vodka while playing that. Another dwarf has risen and is hunting the fortress. Excellent. Spooky. I mean, it is that season. All right, let's go find some books. And remember some fallen dwarves. Most of them are entombed, but the ones that are not, we need to make... Oh, actually, I think I've already made one for you. Hold on. Let's go up to... up to here. You and you. But yeah, Stalker is a pretty classic series of ambitious, but also broken as fuck first-person shooters. They are very ambitious, but they are very broken. And I kind of like them because they are as ambitious as they are, and also because they're kind of broken. They're one of those lovable broken series that are great for being broken. So this is going to fill all the way up on this layer, and then this layer. And when it fills this layer up, it's going to start spilling out over here and just setting the forest on fire all the time. Evil Trick, thanks for the raid, man. Have you played any Age of Empires yet? Or are you literally doing first impressions when you and me play AoE? So you keep saying you're going to play AoE, and then I think you're lying. But thanks for the cheese. How you doing, man? You guys don't know Evil Trick? He's part of my team. He's been playing a lot of StarCraft recently. And he's very entertaining. You should go watch him. Doing your first impression on Monday? But you should do first impression in single player. Like, play some of it before you play with me. Come on, man. It's just not an optimal way to experience RTS for the first time, I think. Especially because I'm going to be zonked by Monday. So, like, don't have high expectations for me, okay? Because I'm going to be dead by then. It's going to be a long week. Are you dumping that? Yeah, okay, perfect. Aegon_. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, no, we're playing Dwarf Fort, and we're doing a little mini subathon, which could go as long as 16 hours. We are trying to... yeah, you might want to do that. But we're doing a mini subathon because I've been a Twitch partner for 3 years as of today. As of like an hour from now, actually. We've been a Twitch partner on this channel for 3 years, so all money extends that timer up there. And if it doesn't automatically extend it, then I'll figure out how to extend it. It started with a 4-hour timer. We've added about an hour and a half to that already. But it'll go up to a maximum of 16. A World of the Dwarf. In this fortress, we are trying to be spooky. We are trying to find a spooky book That is our goal. If you know what that means, then you're already in. But we've just finished annihilating this tower to the point where there is nobody living there anymore. So now we need to move on to the next tower, because unfortunately it didn't have any necromancers there. So we're going to go for this tower. A tower that is doing a pretty good job of harassing my mountain homes, which is up here. If I were to go up to there and press the news button, go have a peek, there's actually not that many reports of fighting going on up there. Weird. All right, well, anyway, let's go raid that tower. Let's go attack them. Lantern Boulder. You know what? Let's just send one squad first. The Stockades of Yawning, which is one of my better squads. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? You guys kind of failed at that. We really need a round of beers for the Raiders. A little higher up here. Also, Witch It yesterday was fun. It was quite a bit of fun. Cheers, Kodiak. Thanks for putting a little bit of time on there. A couple of minutes. Never hurt anybody. Oh, they're there, I see. Raid Lantern Boulder. Time for these dwarves to just get out of here. I wonder how this dwarf's doing. Right up at the front. 20 kills. 4 notable kills. Including Slappy, the creative beguiler of sharks. Which is one of my dwarves. This dwarf has killed one of my own dwarves in the giant brawl that just kind of began and didn't end for a while. Also, hey Norstad, I hope you're well. So best of luck to you, dwarves. Another thing that we need to do today is we need to continue working on this tower, because we kind of haven't been doing that. Thanks for the $14.06 in bits, Orange. It's an oddly specific number. Why such an oddly specific number, if I can ask? You know, let's just use granite. I think granite's probably the best idea. Is that guy the diver from earlier? Oh, from the Reddit thread? I mean, I don't think that person was a dwarf, but it's a good title, though. Thanks for the 154 bits as well, Orange. Cheers, dude. I don't have enough orthoclase right now. Hold on, let's just make some rock blocks. I'm just curious about how many I have. I have a lot of quartzite. Quite a bit of microcline. Some with cobaltite and cinnabar. All right, let's just do this. Rock block 200. Cinnabar. Rock block 200. And orthoclase. And remove that top one. Thanks, Darren. Making that into a hype train and gifting a sub to Konnichiwa. How's that timer looking? Back up to almost 4 hours. Back up to almost 4 hours. So this stream does two things. This stream is, if we hit that total amount of time, is almost all of what I need to get my corrected payout on Twitch. So basically, because I took some vacation time earlier this month, with Twitch making the change for the thanks Norstat, with Twitch making the payment correction changes for regional pricing, which is one of the best things Twitch has done in a while for, like at the very least as far as consumer-friendly changes go. It's one of the best things they've done, but it's very much a question mark for people like me who kind of depends on sub revenue. So in order for me to get the payment correction where they pay out the difference, I need to stream basically 16 hours today and then another like 8 tomorrow. I have a lot of hours to make up before the 31st. So that's kind of what this stream is pumping towards, is me making up those extra hours to get that payout. And you guys also are being very kind. So cheers. Which means we've added 2.5 hours to the timer because we're back up to where we started, which we started at 4 hours. We're going to be streaming this fort all day today, and then we're going to be finishing this fort tomorrow. And I've got some other things we could do later today, once we're kind of burned out on the DF for the day. One of them's a spooky game. Some of it's some not so spooky games. We got a bit of everything. Little bit of everything. Also, you know what? Let's just do rock, block, 200, granite for the rest of this. Any games that I'm excited about? Not really. I mean, I'm curious, like, the thing is, like, I don't really get excited for video games. So, like, that's kind of relevant for me. I mean, I was super interested in the Rift Breaker, but I kind of just want that game to have, like, co-op. So I'm kind of waiting for their co-op patch. There's some games I'm curious about, but nothing I would say I'm excited about. I guess excitement is, like, relevant. Thanks, Orange. Cheers, man. Trying to think. Games that I'm excited about. Curious about a game called My Cousin the Rogue, which is like a non-violent roguelike. I'm excited about whatever the hell Epion works on. I'm more excited about patches for games than actual games. Yeah, I don't know. That's a hard question. Sorry for having kind of a non-answer, but I don't really get excited for games. I'm curious to see how King Under the Mountain releases. It's a game I'm curious about, but I wouldn't say I'm excited about it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a reason I play a lot of the same stuff, right? There's a reason I don't play a lot of new things. There's a reason I'm pretty consistently playing the same things. It's because I'm not particularly interested in a lot of modern games. Let's just let that build there. As the Fearful. Well, I mean, you're fitting your name then. I was trying to just make you stronger, but guess it's time to remove you from the military. You poor depressed dwarf. Also, first type train of the day. We've cleared past 300 subs again. Back up to 301. Cheers, guys. Thank you. Make that 302. Kodiak gifted another sub, and it lands on IHQMD, who scared the crap out of me earlier today. It's a very scary thing he said. Thank you very much for gifting a sub to IHQMD. Thanks for the little hype train, guys. First train of the day. Thanks for all the bits. Because, like, that's the secret thing is bits and tips add a lot more to the timer than subs do. Just because they're significantly more efficient. Well, not a lot more, but they do add more. Back up to 4 hours, though. Which means we're already up to, even if nobody adds any more time onto the timer from here forward, we're up to 6.5 hours guaranteed stream. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, they do look well done. I've heard some people complaining about the font work on those, but I don't know. I played through those games back in the day, and I don't really have any interest in replaying them personally. Or rather, I played 1 and 2 back in the day, which I guess technically was, what, 3 and 4? But I played 1 and 2 because I had a 1 and 2 pack on the Game Boy. And it was one of those games that I played because it was there and not because I particularly enjoyed it. You know, kind of that type of game, those games that you play because they're there and not because you're super enthused to play them. Yeah, it was one of those games. Like, those games are fine. I like those games. They have good music. I love the music in those older Final Fantasies. Same with newer Final Fantasies, too. Final Fantasy just has good music, but... The Narnia game on the DS? What, you played it because it was the only game you had, not because you wanted to play it? That kind of thing? I can definitely... I've got a bunch of ghosts. I can definitely relate to that feeling with Urvad. Is it just the one? Okay, let's make a thing for Urvad. I can definitely say that about Star Wars Episode 1, the video game for Game Boy. Star Wars Episode 2, the video game on Game Boy, and Star Wars Episode 3, the video game on Game Boy. That one was actually fun. It was a good little beat 'em up with Star Wars Episode 3, the video game on Game Boy Advance. 3 games that I played way too much of because I had them, not because I enjoyed them. And what was another one that I played, not because I enjoyed it, but because I had it? Monster Truck Madness on Game Boy, which was like a monster truck racing game. I didn't enjoy that game, but I played it. Played a lot of it, in fact. Trying to think. Other games that I didn't enjoy. What's a game you didn't enjoy but played a lot of? That's always a fun question. But yeah, a lot of those movie tie-in Game Boy games I played a lot of, and I did not enjoy them at all. Those were not fun games to play, but man, did I play a lot of them. You'd say TF2. You didn't enjoy TF2, but you played a lot of TF2. I don't enjoy the monetization of TF2, but I think TF2 is fine for what it is. Why are you so busted? Our upper leg is fractured. We need a cast. Really curious about how that raid's doing for those dwarves. Is there anybody who hasn't left the map yet, though? Yep, there's somebody. Ashmill. Where are you? You sleeping? Oh, yeah, you were sleeping. So that's why that raid hasn't come back yet. It's because you haven't left yet. I mean, I remember enjoying the ever-living hell out of TF2 initially when it released. But after, like, that initial free, like, pay-to-play portion that I played, like, I remember really enjoying it when it was a pay-to-play game. Like, when you had to buy it. But there was a point when it became free-to-play that I just kind of stopped playing it, and I just lost all interest in it. I'm actually going to move you to a different squad, so that the squad comes back sooner. I don't know why that dwarf wasn't leaving, but... Child Killer's the vampire in my fort, by the way, if anybody's wondering why there's a vampire named Child Killer in my fort. Alright, let's just keep disposing of these bodies as we begin digging upwards and building upwards. I need granite. Why can't I find granite? And there's nice. Do I not have any granite blocks? Did I forbid a bunch of stuff? What's going on? Oh, I know the problem. Do I have a broker? I do have a bookkeeper, but it's Gates. All counts accurate. What is Gates doing these days? The History of the Resurrection. What the heck is that book? And how is that not a Secrets of Life and Death? Oh, it's the rezzing of a creature. It's a tale about the secrets, about someone who knows the secrets of the lives and deaths. But not an actual instruction manual, I getcha. So it's a secret story of life and death with the fun bits removed. Yeah. I know what it's from, but it's like, there's that like a book called The History of Resurrection, or of the Resurrection, should absolutely have the secrets of life and death in it. I know it's from 2 days ago, but still, it's like such an odd name for a book. You know? It's just an odd name for a book. All right, I'm gonna go over here and make us a stockpile for specific types of rock. That's what we need. We need a stockpile for very specific types of rock. And I need to dig out more on this layer for aesthetic reasons, so might as well do it over here. This area's gotten a little cramped in my mind. All right, let's do all that, all that, all that. So does anybody here have any plans for Halloween? I know that like some people have been deliberating as to whether or not they should go to parties and raves and stuff, but my general plans for Halloween every year is just after I'm done streaming for the day, when it's dark outside, just grab my vape and go for a walk. And just look at the houses and see kids trick-or-treating and all that stuff. Kind of like reignites this childhood excitement for Halloween that I very rarely have. I love Halloween. Halloween is like my favorite season. I need to watch another horror movie before the night's done. I might watch that Halloween remake because I haven't seen it yet, and I heard that the first remake is good, even though I've heard Halloween Kills is meh. But the first one is on Netflix, so I might watch that tonight after I'm done however long the stream goes. And have a beer or two? That seems like a good way to do things. I mean, I hung out with a friend yesterday, and we went to a brewery, had some barbecue. The Korean barbecue place that we go to is always empty, and their food is great. So, 13-hour shift, corporate event is, well, I mean, hey, I used to always work Halloween at my old job. Halloween is where I saw somebody vomit for about 10 meters. Started vomiting at one end of the store, and instead of running to the bathroom, ran out the side door and literally vomited all the way through the lobby. Yeah, I used to work a lot of night shifts on Halloween. Halloween was actually like one of the easier nights. Well, not the worst holiday night. The worst holiday night is New Year's. But New Year's was always weird because New Year's was like super dead and quiet until like 1 o'clock in the morning. And then we would just get wrecked for the rest of it. Just hanging out and doing some paperwork you could not do because of the not having power much of the week. Why didn't you have power much of the week? I had no power for 2 hours the other day, but it's because somebody hit a power line and they had to shut down electricity on the whole street. So literally my street was the only street that had no power. Because somebody fucking hit a power line. It's like, come on. Come on. Why you gotta do that? Ain't gotta be that way. All right, so I'm gonna send my other squads to go raid some local dwarven goblin pits. I want the Wizard's Guide to the Human. Let's go raid and get that Wizard's Guide to the Human. Let us go acquire such glorious materials. So I'm probably going to need to make a fire pit to kill some things. I just don't really have an easy way of doing that yet. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump up to the surface. And we are going to make a fire trench. Or an easy dig fire trench, basically. Easy dig. It's everybody's favorite brand name for digging in Dwarfort. But first I gotta hack down a lot of trees to do this. We gotta pave it. It's like the DF brand of his easy bake oven. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know it. You absolutely know it. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn off the lava pumps for a minute because they've been running too long. And I'm going to try and remind myself where I put that lever because oh, there it is. So I'm going to go pull that lever. And we're going to figure out some way of making a easy bake oven for DF. So I've got this thing that blocks this. It blocks that way into the world. But I'm going to channel out some more stuff. Wait, what? How come that's not working? Was I hitting the wrong button? Maybe. But we are going to dig down to here. We're going to dig down to the lava. Stockades of yawning have returned. These are the dwarves that went and attacked that tower. So the Rag of Sun slipped into Lantern Boulder undetected by the orbs of striking of an unknown civilization. In the late winter of 568, the forces of the Reigns of Terror searched Lantern Boulder. A record of the tower was stolen. Untitled was stolen. The tower within reason was stolen. Untitled was stolen. The temple was stolen. And the dwarf without limits was stolen. So we stole a few books. Chat investments are open, heads up. I kind of thought about looking into handing out candy. But then I kind of didn't. Because that would require me buying candy, which I haven't done. And then I'd also have to get some decorations. Because there are some kids that trick-or-treat around the first level apartments in this building. But kind of decided against it. Little germ devices. Another thing that I've got to do, now that we've got a specific book arriving, is I've got to make a specific room with a very specific purpose. Now, some of you may remember that I have, built some of you may know that I've built this big drowning room, right? Well, there is a second reason for me building a drowning room. And, one could say that it's very nefarious and evil. I say that it's a way to perpetuate life indefinitely, even, so that us and our friends don't die horrible deaths necessarily. Anyway, I'm building a unlife chamber, so I'm going to set it up so that we can make military that don't die. So that's a thing that we're working on now. So this is I guess, secret chamber that nobody really knows about that is being commissioned by my mayor. Because, we are raiding the people with the secrets of the life and death, and, well, naturally, we're going to find it eventually. So when we do, best be ready. Gremlin for mayor? How about necromancer for mayor? Just so that somebody does. How you doing, Diamond? I just want to see if anybody's got the book. Okay, so you're the first one in line. You're carrying a book named Temple. It's got no particular subject, authored by Aiden. The work has no particular subject. The writing could only have been produced by a merciful spirit. Amateurish at best. The next book is a 2-page untitled letter authored by Ezim Wieldfence. There's no particular subject and indulges the author's every whim. Well, it's a letter, so that would make sense. You're carrying a book. Authored by Mincott, it concerns the Tower Lantern Boulder. The writing is depressing, but the prose is masterful. You are carrying The Dwarf Without Limits. It's a 20-page essay entitled The Dwarf Without Limits, authored by Ficod. It concerns giving up on being a herbalist of the dwarf necromancer Ficod in Seal Rasped in 164. The writing is very serious and contains some asides related to the author's preferences. So I guess a style of them doing that and moving to a new career path, I suppose. Happy anniversary of things. Cheers, Beer Meneer. So how'd you do? On to the next one. Oh, that's what I wanted to be on. A record of the tower concerns the tower. Nothing fun yet. We are not doing a very good job finding fun letters. But how's things, Beer Meneer? Little tipsy? Sounds good. Diamond. Sounds like an optimal situation of being is a little tipsy. It's almost as if they never leave the house. Yeah, I mean, they kind of are like reclusive monks, aren't they? They kind of are just weird reclusive monks. But basically what I'm doing is I'm going to make this a one layer beneath the drowning chamber. So I can quite literally just pull a lever and drown an entire squad from within visual range of a necromancer. And then they're all going to die in front of the necromancer and hopefully also startle the necromancer in such a way so that, or rather, I also need to set it up so that they also startle the necromancer in such a way that they all become zombies. So, I'm going to need something scary in a cage is something that we need next. Beak dog would work. But I need something scary in a cage. I need something to scare the necromancer, basically. Zombie could also work. Anything from a siege could also work. But we don't have any necromancers yet, so we're not quite at that point. But we'll get there, I think. With a little bit of luck, we'll get there. So are you out doing spooky season things, Diamond, or just normal Saturday stuff? Normal Saturday stuff? Cheers. Well, I hope you're having fun normal Saturday stuff. We're celebrating 3 years of me being a Twitch partner, which is a very big number. It's scarier than it actually is, I think. You know, actually, let's... 3 fucking years? Yeah, it's a long time. Let me tell you, it's a long time. Trying to think how I could do this. What could scare him? Where creature could scare him? Field report. We slipped into Finder's Menace, undetected by the maroon hatred of the impervious cruelties, and stole a wizard's guide to the human. Well, excellent. We stole a wizard's guide to the human and a bunch of random crap. So, good for them. Let's go. Hellspires. That's a good name. Finder's Menace. We're going to raid this place, and we're just going to send everybody. And we're going to raise it. Let's try and burn it down. See what happens when I send the whole army out to go burn it down. There's a lot of them that need to get out the door, so best of luck, dwarves. This place down here is still getting mined out slowly. Got a lot of blocks to make, but... Just gonna tell them to do this on higher priority so that we can get her done pretty quick. So basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a row of bars and a row of glass. Or rather, a row of gem glass windows, because I don't want to do glass windows, because those are expensive. Too rich for my blood. But we'll do gem glass windows and then bars. And so they'll be able to see through. But it won't flood. And then we'll be able to lock a set of dwarves in there, flood it, and then do it again. I'm also going to need a bridge as a backup. In fact, I'm going to go down here and grab Gates's gate, which is going to be what we are going to use for this. Oh, wow, I realize I just screwed up. But that's okay. It's a minor screw-up, nothing major. Yeah, no, it's surreal knowing I've been a Twitch partner for 3 years, because it's something that, like, I quite literally dedicated years of my life to achieving and kind of never thought I would for a really long time. Just because, like, it's hard to explain now, but I was, like, my stream has been around the same size for, I want to say, like, 5-6 years now. Like, we've been, you know, this kind of 60 to 100 viewers for a very, very, very long time. But to get Twitch partner for a really long time, you needed to have, like, 300 people watching. And, like, that was pretty flat. It was like, you need 300 people watching. And it took a very long time to really, for Twitch to change. And then when Twitch made the change so that getting partner was a lot easier, because they did make it a lot easier, I then was kind of at a low point for a while. So Twitch made the change, and I didn't, like, meet that change for a really long time. So even though we'd, like, the requirements had gone down, it took me a while to meet that. So I actually streamed for a very long time before actually hitting the numbers necessary to, I guess, be a streamer. We have a troll. Ooh, well, that'll do. That'll be enough to scare some dwarves. Excellent. Excellent. Sweet, 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 sweet. right, so I need a... Let's just make an adamantine grate. Why not? It's super duper overkill, but why not? Actually, let's make tin grates instead. I do have tin, right? I'm pretty sure I have a bunch of tin. Watch me not have any tin. I do have nickel. Let's do bismuth bronze. Because it's what I have. I need to go make some more tea soon. Been sipping Earl Grey all day. You know, I think I'm going to go do that, chat. I'm going to take 2 minutes. I'm going to go make myself some tea. Shouldn't take me too long. Could I get a round of beers while I'm gone, chat? And I will be back in a minute. If you've been watching for a bit, maybe stand up and stretch. I'll BRB. It's the Minecraft soundtrack. Notice that. Oddly enough. Which has some very good ambient tunes. All right. Also, I'm sorry. I thought I left the game unpaused. Whoops. But I now have another cup of tea. It's still steeping, but... You didn't play Minecraft at all? I did, but I turned the soundtrack off. I actually, ironically, like the Minecraft soundtrack more than Minecraft. There isn't very many things I enjoy about Minecraft, but I do really, really, really enjoy the Minecraft soundtrack. All right, so this room back here is kind of a weird, self-contained nightmare of a thing. Tea is usually a fantastic idea in my experience. It's very rare that tea is not a fantastic idea, in fact. Got a troll. That should do it. So I will place the troll right there. We will build around that. Actually, you know what? Let's place the troll right there. We'll make this work. The problem is I need those floor grates and I need this thing to be locked off. All right, well, never mind. Can't actually do what I was going to do, but that is okay. Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. We do, however, need to get... Also, this is going to be a bloody fight. That's all I can say about that, is this is going to be a very bloody fight, and there's very little I can do about that. So, how do I explain this? There's a bunch of baddies, currently, that are coming into my map, right there. All those Gs. Those Gs right there, they're all bad. They also just dropped a bunch of arrows. What? Or crossbow bolts, maybe? Why are they dropping their swords? But the problem is my whole army is currently not at home. You can kiss them? I mean, they're trying very hard to be evil, but they don't generally do a very good job of actually being evil. Except for the part where, you know, murder is legal and all that fun stuff. They're not actually that evil. All right, I need a block of anything. Right here. Quite literally a block of anything. You know what, fuck it, let's put a lead bar right there. What's up, Esrel? So let's pull this lever. Trying to figure out how I can do this with also minimal dwarves dying. Because right now it's going to be maximum dwarves dying. Let's run you guys away. Okay, I do have somebody constructing that building. Here come all of the goblins. There's also a bunch of trees that need to be chopped down, which I'm going to cancel. Because I've got dwarves that are felling trees, and I need them to leave. Those two up there on the right, they need to get past those goblins. Come on, boys. You guys gotta go. You gotta go. Gotta go quicker. I don't know if they're gonna make it, but they gotta try. Canceled the construction of a wood cage when my woodcutters just got mobbed over there in the corner by all those goblins. These guys are shooting bolts at the dwarves. Need you guys to run inside. Absolutely, that is what you were doing. 2 of my woodcutters were found dead. Admittedly, I could have done more to try and save them, but what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to patch this hole. Because I don't really want to flood it. Because here comes the dwarf who's patching the hole. So let's just let that dwarf patch the hole, and then I'm going to lock everybody inside. Cool. Hole is now patched. Meaning I can now lock the dwarves inside. Has anybody not seen this trap go off yet? All right, dwarves, you guys got to run inside. Just got to get inside. You got to do it. Guys got to get inside. There you go. All right, well then you might be in for a treat, actually, if you haven't seen this stuff go off yet. Ooh, there goes another one. That's quite a few dwarves we've lost. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's fine. It's unfortunate, but it's fine. All right, so now that we've done that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fly down, fly down, fly down, fly down. I'm going to turn off this squad. We're going to go back up a few layers because they went down too far, and I'm going to pull this lever. This is the front door lever. Oh no, I lost one of my metalsmiths. Oh man, that sucks. Hold the door. We're trying to. Uh-oh. Where are you going? Oh, you're going to go... Ooh, this is a problem. Because this dwarf is just leaving to go raid that tower. So they're just like out on their own and there's very little I can do about this. So are you going to 1 versus like several hundred by... Oh, nope. You're going to fall into lava. Well, goodbye, dwarf. You did well for a minute and then you died. So you didn't do that well. You did try though. It was very admirable, I would say. But you didn't do very well, so rip you, I suppose. I do have a dwarf going to go pull the lever, meaning this should probably close pretty soon, I would think. Bunch of injured. It's been chaos so far. Well, one thing I can do, actually, is I can set these to fire at will. I don't know if they'll actually hit anybody, but... The doors are locked, which means the only way for them to enter my fort now is through the fun entrance, which should be open, which is up here. Yep, it is. Now the fun entrance takes them down these stairs. Goes this way. Went to join Golem. Yeah, he's trying his best. How you doing, Cassie? It's good to see you. And then they... Uh-oh. Never mind, my squads are coming back. So I sent them to go raise this dwarven site right next door. Which means all my armies, my squads are all now coming back. Which is great, considering we seem to be winning this fight. The problem is... Ooh, I lost a dwarf to a troll. Lost another dwarf to a troll. So the problem with this is they're all coming back now scattered. But we did destroy the goblin site, so that is good. As far as spoils, we got a bunch of random garbo. So now I have squads coming back, which is, I would say, suboptimal. How many squads? All of them. Now, I would say that this is suboptimal. Now, the reason this is suboptimal is I now have dwarves that are just going to be running into this mess ahead of the goblin army. So the question is, where the heck are they spawning? That is the question. Probably pretty far away, if I had to guess. Well, best of luck, I guess. Hopefully this goes better than it could potentially go. Because it could potentially go pretty bad. Fire the catapult! It's not going to hit anything. Fire the catapult! Please! There you go. Hit something. Maybe? Oh. For some reason, when they're just training, the boulders sail like halfway across the map, but when they're actually shooting at stuff, they don't hit anything, which is quite frustrating. All right, so my wrestlers are coming in the back and hitting them from behind. I'm not going to be able to use my trap, chat. I'm sorry. And the reason we're not going to be able to use the trap is my squads are coming in through the sideway, which is a problem because my dwarves are going to get caught in the trap. So my military is all coming from this direction, injured ones and all, and they're now fighting with the goblins from behind. So this is very suboptimal. I'm just gonna throw that out there. This is very suboptimal for me actually being able to use my trap. The bonus is that it looks like the goblins are losing, at least on this end. Issue is I'm losing dwarves already. They are, however, starting to enter the trap, which is good. I think. It seems good. The problem is I'm going to lose a lot of my military. And they don't become active military until their squad leader enters the map. And because they're coming in one at a time, this is the worst possible time for us to get sieged. So this could kill my entire military. And there's nothing I can do about it. I'd say doubtful, Joe, because I don't even have a necromancer in the fort yet. So this just sucks. Because you have like minutes real time to get that done. All right, let's... And I do literally mean minutes. Because the second they become mangled or skeletons, they are useless. And these are already like either mangled or skeletons for most of these. All right, let's jump down to here and open the front door and see if I can just let some of these dwarves in. I mean, like I said, this is literally the worst time. And I'm saying it's the worst time for legit reasons. It is literally the worst time for these soldiers to come back. And for us to get sieged. Because they're all just going to run in and go die. Good luck, boys. Hopefully this army can take out an entire army by themselves. Otherwise, they just die. And there they are. Well, charge. Good luck, dwarves. Their only enemy is exhaustion. Such a waste. Where's Hammer at? My ace squad's coming in now. The problem is they come in single file, right? So it's like when you 1v1 into an enemy army and eventually you all just die. It's like, well, of course, yeah. It's if you're going in single file, like you have no chance. Of course you have no chance. Deucin Beast is dead. 1v1 day Forgotten Beast. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to tell them all to go attack. Or give them the best attack order that I can. So I'm not sure what else we can do. And then anybody who survives, if the enemy survives, we'll drown them. If they don't survive, then maybe this is the impetus for us to become necromancers. Another Hammerlord is dead. How much of them are left? We've taken out about a third of them. We're pretty close to winning the fight, but I don't think the losses are worth it. Good lord. There's just vomit and blood everywhere. Piles of corpses. My poor, poor dwarves. I'm super sad that this attack happened when it did. And there's like nothing I can do. Almost my entire military's dead, chat. And there is like no sads about that. That's just a fact. Almost my entire military's dead. The goblins won this fight by a lot. Goblins won. It's super fucking unfortunate. Oh, there go the goblins. They finally started to scatter. But we still lost. We still lost by a lot. Doesn't really matter. That is awful, regardless. Well, chat, can I get a round of Fs for all of the dwarves that we just lost? Because there was a lot of them. That's unfortunate. How many invaders are still on the map? Well, we got some... Oh, thought we got some more caged prisoners. That's unfortunate. Well, we got a lot of bodies to put into coffins. But in the basement, I'm gonna go work on... Excuse me? What's all this? Oh, yeah, all the bodies that fell in here. Didn't even think about that. Shoutouts to the ghost who's at the bottom of it. Wow, yeah, indeed. Wow, indeed. All right, certainly not the worst loss we've had on the fort, but it's still like 40 dwarves we just lost. If my army came back like 10 minutes later, would have been an easy fight. No problems. But because they came back when they did, it was like a guaranteed loss. Fucking sad, man. You hear charred goblin smells great? Last I checked, charred anything flesh doesn't smell great. But nothing like burning goblin in the morning, I think is the correct thing to say here. Love the smell of roasted goblin in the morning. All right, well, at least the dwarves are placing a lot of things in tombs. Sorry, I'm looking at this picture that Cutest Ghost just posted on Discord in Music Talk. I recommend looking at it. I recommend looking at it. If you're into records. Shit's cool. Shit is cool. There's so... Look at all this stuff getting placed in tombs. Oh my god. There's so much stuff getting placed in tubes. Oh, man. Such a shame. They're all mangled beyond recognition, which means we can't res them, more or less. I'm scrolling up, 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 I'm scrolling up to bananas pickled. No, that's not where I was last. Where was I last? Peasants will be raising with duck power soon. Unfortunately, they failed basic safety tests. Dummies might be dumb, but they possess oxtail aspects stew. That doesn't stew well with beans. Last time, late at night, blind didn't let sheep sleep. FTL communications from surrendering civilizations was met on Europa. I am. There you go. Please continue to add words to that. Are you not getting put in a coffin? There's no way I've already run out of coffin space. No, I haven't run out of coffin space. All right, let's just let them do that for a bit. All right, so we're making adamantine wafers. Basically, we need to make that chamber. And I also need to rejigger my military. Because the military is like just completely falling apart here. Or rather, just completely fallen apart. Put you in the braided lancers. I'm just going to put everybody into the braided lancers, basically. Unless they're already in that squad. So they should all theoretically come up here eventually. Because the braided lancers is probably my best squad right now. Olan's been taken by a Fey mood. You're a miner. All right. You drop the dead troll and you run to wherever you're going to go. So we are 3 hours into this stream. We've got 3 hours on the timer. Theoretically, I will stream until the timer ends. To add time to the timer, bits, tips, subs, resubs, and anything else related to money thrown at the stream, I will figure out how to add it to the timer in a way that is reasonable. The maximum amount of time that can be added to the timer is... You claimed a mason's workshop. Fitting for a stoneworker. The maximum amount of time that can be added in total is 16 hours. So that is the longest we can go today. Anything else is like risky for me for health reasons. But that is the plan. Just doing this little marathon thing to fill out hours that I need to do for Twitch anyway, and also because I've been a Twitch partner for 3 years. So you got to do something weird. So that's what we're doing today. We're going to play Dwarf Fort probably for about 6 hours. And then after that, I got Golden Crown Hotel and some other things. So hopefully tonight will be fun. Hopefully you guys stick around, and hopefully it's active. Should be interesting. I'm bringing in a floodgate down here, and some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Excellent, excellent. We need more, military. So I think the soundtrack just ended. Yep, it did. Unable to focus on a single matter for more than a passing moment. Low sense of self-esteem. Very comfortable around others that are different from himself. Doesn't act without deliberation. Is trusting. Sees no value in loyalty. Yeah, you'll be fine. Join the braided lancers, please. You're a fisher dwarf. Would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. Join the military. You're a peasant. Likes art, never envies others in their status. Personally finds the idea of competition obscene. Tries to keep his things orderly. You would do well. Gem Cutter dreams of mastering a skill, can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. You also join the Braided Lancers. Give you guys a little bit of time to train. I might just put all these dudes into the military without worrying too much. How's the fort going? I just lost most of my military in a really bad siege. But we're trying to go evil. We're trying to be evil, and it's been difficult. How's Aqua? But fortunately, I just got a migrant wave, so I'm trying to put as many of them as I can into the military to rebuild the military in which that I have left. And also a lot of children are growing up, which is very helpful for, you know, extra fresh meat. Just time consuming. Halloween related family things? Because those can be fun. My mom has begun a mysterious construction. Yeah, I'm not super thrilled with how that siege went, but I mean, we're busy making evil things in the basement, so I mean, one could say that we potentially will deserve it. There we go. And then can do that. Cobaltite. Remove the centerpiece. But yeah, we're doing a little marathon stream today because I've been a Twitch partner for 3 years. Why do I keep needing to think about that? It's bad. I've been saying that all day, but I still need to think about it. But yeah, so I've got a timer up with a maximum 16-hour cap on it. Streaming till the timer runs out. Yeah, it's a weird thing. Like numbers like that. Like you've been doing this thing for this amount of time. It's like, should you be saying congrats to that? I don't know. That's how I feel about it a lot of the time. Is I don't know if that's a thing that people should be congratulating me for. But I guess it is, you know. A thing I should theoretically be proud of. Hey, Squawk, what up? I find that emote exceptionally distracting. I don't know why. Like, that emote is, like, my ultimate fear of what could happen with the animated emotes is they're very distracting. Like, it's actively difficult to read words that are around it. Yeah, no, I mean, that's basically the long and short of it, right? It's like, yeah, you do what you do, and you're still here. There's not a lot of people that are still here, so. At least from the good old days. If there ever was good old days. What a lot of really random fucking gems. Weird. That's not a question. That I'm going to answer. Aqua. Because you already know the answer to it. You know the answer to both those questions, actually. Trying to figure out how the hell I can do this. I guess I just need to wait for that squad to just power up over time, and it's going to take a bit. I need more dwarves in the military. So I'm going to get a bunch of new squads going. There are a lot of children that are growing up in the fort. Most of the children who grow up in this fort I find are generally kind of crazy. Alon the Miner has created a cinnabar quern. Well, that's great. I'm not super interested in querns, though. Yep, a lot of dwarves are reading about the mummy that we killed. That mummy has, like, left its life history. I mean, the tower is dead. Like, it's a white tower now. It's literally dead. Like, it's no civilized population dubbed healed. It's dead. It's gone. Kaput. Goodbye. Peace out. Dead. Chat, can I get a round of beers? I just really would like that emote that Squug posted to be gone. I can't look at it. I can't look at my chat without staring at it. It's a fine emote, so I'm not going to ban it or anything, but like I can't have it on my chat for very long. Can't look at anything else but that thing. It really is, Squug. It really is. All right, so I've got this troll in here now. Trying to think how I can do this. Well, I certainly need some gem windows. So let's cut some gem windows, shall we? We'll get all those cutting. You did indeed help. Thanks, Squug. Very perplexed by this beak dog that apparently keeps reverting to a wild state that I don't think I'm training. So I'm not sure how it's reverting to a wild state, but somehow it is. My vampire dwarf who lives in the walls is throwing a tantrum. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not even sure. Like, I think it's in this cage. See if I can just get it dumped. Just throw it away. We don't need it. So the problem is now, since all of my squads are just fucking newbies. Actually, you know what? I gotta do this. This is gonna take forever, but I need to do it. So I apologize in advance, but I really need to just dump all of the corpses on the map. All 300 and something of them. So, Chad, how are you doing? I'm going to be doing this for the next 5 minutes. Maybe more. Probably not that much, but I literally need to set every single corpse on the map to dump because I need all of these corpses gone, and there's so many of them right now. Doesn't matter if they're named or not, and if they're named, then I can just remove them from the list afterwards. Also, the ones in coffins can't be dumped. Why not use the macro? It's not a bad idea. Because macro is slower, apparently. Let's try recording another one, but I do think that these are going to end up being slower. Yeah, that's way slower. So, yeah, no, not going to do that because that's way slower. I mean, I kind of expected it to be slower, so I'm not really surprised. Aqua. Cheers. Thanks for gifting out 5. Thus adding a bunch of time to the timer once it's done figuring out how much to add. Cheers, thanks. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Aqua? Checking out a 10-pack. This is gonna take a long time to dispose of all these bodies. But seriously, thank you very much, Aqua, for the support. That did add on to the timer, didn't it? I didn't see it go up. Now I'm staring at it going like, why haven't you gone up? Probably after, because Twitch hasn't even figured out that I've gotten 10 more subscribers yet, so I would say after, most likely. Considering Twitch hasn't even figured it out yet. But thank you very much. I'm gonna move this. Gotta move you a few tiles up. Investments are open, though. Heads up, chat. Did the timer go up, chat? I mean, I can just manually add it. I need to do a little bit of math, but I could do it. Yeah, because that's just, it should just add 1 hour onto the timer. For 10. Was anybody watching it? Because I wasn't. I legit need your guys' assistance right now. Did the timer go up? Because if it didn't, I can manually add an hour. But I don't think it did. But I don't want to add an hour and then have to remove an hour. I'll just add an hour. Hold on. Boom. Okay, now it's just not working. Hold on a second. Getting an application error. That's cool. So my timer's not working, so I need to add an hour onto the timer. So can someone go to this link and tell me if that works? I owe 1 more hour, so it actually says 3:58. But unfortunately, because it's just borked. Yeah, also apparently my bot's not connected to chat. Hold on a second. Yeah, it is. Is everything just like falling over now? Is that what world we live in? Oh, bot's still working, so I don't know. I don't know. Brilliant. Welp, I don't know. I don't know, chat. I'll just have to write that down, I guess. Notepad. +1H. No, it's not a delayed reaction. The app is not working. So it's not a delayed reaction. It is literally the app that I use, or the application that I use for this exact thing is not working. So it's not a delayed response. It is not working. We're beyond the point of delayed response. and into it's just not working. It's usually quicker than Twitch. So, I don't know. Well, I mean, I can just keep track of it, but I don't know. Not thrilled at this exact moment in time. I'll be completely honest. Anyway, the dwarves should just be dumping corpses, so we'll just follow the dwarves while they dump corpses. It does look like they are dumping corpses, although they're also dumping dwarven corpses, which isn't optimal, but I don't really care. Because I just kind of need these bodies gone. Things like this just ruin my goddamn day. Saigon, what's up? So I'm going to turn off the marathon timer and see if I can find an alternative. I know Jess uses a different marathon timer than the one that I use. I don't know. I'm just pissed. This shit's obnoxious. TLDR, Psychon, the reason I'm sitting here and grumbling at my computer is I had a marathon timer up there, which was working until it decided to not, and now it's just like broken. This is why I wish that like software I really wish I could just download software instead of having to use fucking inbuilt website things. It's just frustrating. It's like I'm literally just operating on the whim of when software decides to work. It's like if somebody decides to pull the plug or if software stops working, then it sucks and I hate it. So I'm just now very, very frustrated. So, I don't know. Grumpy. I mean, the program still works. I just don't have access to it. That's the problem. The program still works. I just don't have access to the program anymore because they decided to go offline, which is brilliant and not helpful in the slightest. So, yeah, I don't know what to do. I guess it's just a normal stream now. Fuck this shit. I'm pissed. I mean, it wouldn't be a normal stream if everything didn't break. So. Anyway, chat, cheer me up with something. I need something else to think about that isn't this. Oh, that's a lot of teeth. Guess what we gotta try and do is, just wait for this military to be trained again. That's what we need. We need these squads to be trained. Then once we have fully trained squads, I can take them and we can go after the necromancer threat. I mean, it's always FG's birthday. This is a fact. Every day of the year is FG's birthday. Which it was fun. I heard about it, but I also don't pay any attention to New World, so I heard about it briefly and then immediately forgot about it. So what exactly happened? Because I have like 0 to null interest in New World, but I've heard that it's not great and people are not happy. That's what I've heard. That's about the extent of what I've heard, Thor. Hmm. That sound command definitely worked. The chat was allowing code injection? That seems safe. That's all I can really say to that, is that seems safe. Yeah, I don't really know what to say to that. I don't know. I don't want to talk shit about New World because I have a lot of friends who really like New World, who really want that game to be good, who are very much enjoying it. And because I have no, like, horse in that fight whatsoever, like, I do not care about that game. It's just kind of mean of me to mock it, so. I don't think they're integrating Twitch chat into that game, though. What makes you say that they're integrating Twitch chat into it? So I need glass, is what I need. Let's just cut 50 granite. So I got tons of granite. So we'll cut 50 granite gems and we'll use granite windows. I think you did, yeah. No, they weren't integrating Twitch chat. It was just the world chat, like the in-game chat. I'm just refreshing this silly application. Also, Pilot, while you were gone, my the application that I'm using to run the marathon timer decided to just like time out and cease working, so I'm thrilled right now. How would a granite window work? Don't ask too many questions about it. I'm not sure, but they polish stones and you can make gem windows out of rock and they can still see through them, so I don't know. Dwarves' eyes work differently than ours. They polish a rock so much it becomes like glass, I guess. I never really thought about it too much, I'll be completely honest with you. But I'm using gem windows, so. Man, they finished dumping all those corpses pretty quick. It's not how rocks work. There's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress where you can just look at it and go, that's not how that works. And like I said before, if you worry about those things, you will not have a very fun time with this game because there's a lot of those things. Like a lot of them. It's fun to imagine in a Dwarf Fortress context, even if it's not logical. Yeah, the stone vision is very strong amongst dwarves. Yeah. Maybe they see themselves and think it's a window, perhaps. It's just cut really thin, that's possible. Probably would be very brittle though. Like if you're cutting rock thin enough that you can see through it, I have a feeling that it would be very brittle. It's just an assumption though. Not seeing anywhere near as many corpses on the ground now, so that's good. There's still some, but we're getting better. I mean, I'm only going to be colliding it with water that's moving faster than the speed of sound, so. You don't usually mind that stuff in games? When stuff just, like, completely breaks all laws of physics, and you're just like, huh. I mean, Dwarf Fortress has so many things that makes up for it, so it doesn't really bother me much. Let's just chuck that beak dog. Just get you off of this thing. Although all these actually need to be deconstructed because I just realized how much I fucked this up. And I can unfuck it pretty easily, so let's unfuck it. You're gonna go take a nap? Have a good nap, pilot. Hopefully this app comes back up. Speaking of, guess what came back? I can now add an hour to it. I really hope that it remembered what I had previously. Yeah, it did. Cool, it remembered my settings. Excellent. Anyway, I can now close this notepad timer. Excellent. So now, if someone wants to do me a huge favor and cheer 1 bit and see if it gets added to the timer, that would be fantastic. Or tip $1, one of those two. Something reasonable. So I just want to see if this automatically works now, because it should. It should. Although you need that lever right here. That made it go up, right? I wasn't staring at the timer when you did that, Norstad. But I think it did. Thanks for the 10 cents. That should add 20 seconds onto the timer. 20 seconds, because 1 bit adds 2 seconds. Apologies for the technical difficulties. This shit can be frustrating. You believe it went up? I also believe it went up. So that means everybody wins. All right, so cool. Somebody's been found dead due to being dehydrated. So the way I'm going to do this... Yeah, definitely. Thanks for gifting us up to Beefish. Cheers, Norstad. Thank you very much. Good to know that the timer is in fact working. So this is all just going to be normal walls. I'm changing how I'm doing this ever so slightly. Redesigning it. Gotta get rid of that door. We're moving it. The one actual problem with this is I need a drain for this thing. I need a drain. So, thanks for the $1. Cheers. And yes, it is working again. Timer works! Hallelujah. Streamer can cease stressing now, or as much as streamer was stressing previously. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to dig a tunnel going this way. And this way. So the thing that I want to keep from happening is I don't want to kill my necromancer in the process with this. Because if I could use this the way it's currently set up, right? And what would happen if I use it the way it's currently set up is it's just going to kill my necromancer, basically. Like that's what's going to happen, is it's going to just kill my necromancer, which I don't really want to do. I'd rather not kill my necromancer. So in order to do this without killing the necromancer, I need glass set up. And that's the part that we still have to put in place. Actually, you know what? Let's actually move that door there. It's not the way I wanted to do it, but that's the way I'm going to do it. Okay, why hasn't anybody started cutting any gems? What? Okay, you've cut 2 granite. Okay, my gem cutter is cutting granite. It's just taking forever. I don't actually need that much granite. So currently it is just going to kill my necromancer from the looks of things. I'm okay with it killing the troll up there. That's acceptable. The troll can die. Don't really want it to kill my necromancer. But I need a necromancer first. So how's that squad doing? All right, let's go and raid another necromancer tower, shall we? Let's just hope that they don't come back again during a siege. Watch them come back during a siege. Because we need to get us a spooky book. Otherwise, everything's going to be tricky going forward. So we're going to go get us a spooky book. Best of luck, dwarves, on getting that spooky book. But chat, thanks everybody for, supporting this stream during this silly little marathon so far. My spooky book, yeah. That's the goal of today. If we don't get the spooky book, then what are we even doing? If we don't get that spooky book, what are we even doing? Also, I could be doing this in a much more, efficient method that isn't just going to kind of... I should really think of a way of doing this without setting the whole trap off, but where's the fun in that? Come on. Spooping skeletons? Kind of. I want to make liches and necromancers, but in order to do that, we need a spooky book, so I'm sending all my dwarves out to try and steal the spooky book. Good luck, dwarves. Go get that spooky book. Don't die in the process. You might die in the process. But good luck all the same. We're also getting rid of a lot of corpses. Because we got a lot of goblin corpses that need getting rid of. But how is the devil's dandruff? And then boulders go flying by. Yeah, I don't get it. The catapults can fire off screen when they're just practice firing. But when they actually fire it at a person, at an enemy army, it makes it half a screen. I don't get it. Tad itchy? Scalp itchy? So is your arch nemesis Head and Shoulders shampoo? I'm all right. I was really frustrated for a minute there because the thing that I'm using for my partner anniversary marathon decided to cease working for about 20 minutes. But it seems to have figured its shit out, so that's nice. And, yeah. So I actually have the timer up and running again, which is good. I mean, isn't Head and Shoulders, really bad for the oceans? I seem to remember hearing about that. Someone would need to, quote me or correct me on that, but... I don't know. I think my skull's better than that skull, Diamond. I've got lots of skull emotes, and I think they're better than that one. Yeah. Hazazad drew all of his emotes himself, right? Makes him 100 times better if that's the case. So many goblin corpses just getting thrown into lava. If you watch here, you can just see them all falling. I think it's time for us to just turn the lava crank back on. I had it on pause because I was trying to build something, and you know what? I think we should just turn it back on. Just let it burn. Just let it all burn. Just go burn it. Burn the forests. Be a helpful body disposal tool at this point. Might as well also throw an extra water wheel in there. I do have space for one. But yeah, I'm pretty good today. I mean, yesterday I got to hang out with a friend, which was fun. A package arrived, which was from 2 CDs and a record that I ordered from a really cheap sale, which I had a free shipping coupon on, so it was actually cheap. So that was fun. We got to listen to some new music last night. And I'm celebrating 3 years of being a Twitch partner today. I've been streaming for almost 9 as of next month, which is crazy. But yeah, got my flu shot the other day, which is good. So I'm now immune to the flu, supposedly. Yeah, it's just been fun. Had a pretty good day yesterday. Got to play some games with the team for a bit, which was fun. We played Witch-It, which is very silly. It's basically just prop hunt. Haven't played prop hunt proper in a very long time, so it's good to play other things again. And then now we're here, and we're doing this little mini marathon thing, which I will just keep going until the timer runs out, or until the timer maxes out and we run out of time. We're gonna be streaming this probably for about, I don't know, another 3 hours at least. Hopefully we can have necromancers in the fort by the end of it, and half my army zombies. And then we've got some other games that we could play. If you guys want something spookier, we could do something spookier. If you guys want something roguelike-y, but also Halloween-y, we could do that too. Got a few things. Basically, it's like between a game that I have to buy or Golden Crone Hotel. Or I could play through Inside again, because that's a pretty Halloween-y game, and I love that game. I'll definitely play through that again if people want to watch that. So yeah, so that's the plan for today. That's what we're doing today. Mostly it's just keeping this fort going till tomorrow. You know, Squug, have you ever listened to the band Viagra Boys? And you ever listened to the song Sports by Viagra Boys? Because sometimes that's how I imagine you talk. Because he just says things for the entirety of that song. It's it's literally just random words relatively adjacently related to sports. Did I show it to you? Okay, that sounds like something I would do. Like a year ago? I mean, when you just type in things like weenie with no context, like I just imagine it in that voice for some reason. It's a problem. Right. Who still needs to leave the map? Nish does. This dwarf is moving really slowly. So you can tell a dwarf is like not very well trained in the military is when they're too weak to carry their armor and they just move really slowly. Because this dwarf's just not strong enough to carry their armor. So he's just like exhausted and he's literally just walking up some stairs. But then again, I get exhausted from walking upstairs sometimes, so you know what, I kind of feel that. Another thing that I need to be doing over the next few days, but I haven't been doing, is I really, really should be editing that the next interview, but I've just been kind of chilling the past few days. I don't know. I've been a little bit checked out since like Monday. I don't know what it is with me right now, but also I don't know if any of you guys saw this from the other day, but this is one of the dwarves in this fort who's now dead. But they weren't dead at the time of this screenshot. Relationships are hard, chat. What's funny is because of that screenshot, I posted it on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, right? I learned that in Dwarf Fortress, your heart is treated as... Okay, I'm just going to remove you from the military. Your heart is treated as a very large artery. So because Dwarf Fortress doesn't like worry about vital organs, if you lose a major artery, that isn't actually enough to kill you. Which I think is kind of hilarious.
Where's that singing coming from?
Hey, cutest.
Oh my god, it's a ghost!
That's right, Jim.
And if you're wondering about that other sound that you sent me a FLAC file, and I haven't had the chance to transfer it into an MP3 yet, so it's not an available command anywhere yet. But hi, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Can break their head but still be alive? I think if one's head is missing, then you're gonna lose enough blood. It's like you can break your heart and still be alive. Yes, you theoretically could break a heart and still be alive. Man, there's so much stuff right here that needs to go. But how's Cutest doing today? I'm oddly fascinated by like Soviet pressings of Western music. So it's really cool that you shared that image. No, I can do it. I just haven't done it yet. Because I realized it was a FLAC this morning. I can do it. I don't really feel like doing it on stream. That's kind of all there is to it. But that's what needs to be done before I can quickly swap it out, make it a command. But how's things today, Cutest? Is Halloween a thing in Russia? Do you guys do Halloween there? One of the saddest parts about being on the internet for me as a Canadian is learning how few people appreciate the greatest holiday in the world. It's like legit kind of a really sad thing for me. It's like, but it's the best one. It's far and away the best one. Nope. That's what we want. Just gonna suspend all of these temporarily. In a closed city? What do you mean a closed city? Make thematic parties? Yeah. Interesting. I guess just like rural cities then? Because we have rural cities out here. Lots of them. But we don't have anything like that. It's like when you say access, I imagine like it's just hard to get there, not that it's like you can't enter or exit. That sounds oddly dystopian and kind of terrifying. But then again, a lot of things in Russia seem oddly dystopian and kind of terrifying to me, so. But you learn something every day, I suppose. So my whole army went off to go raid a thing. And they are indeed all gone. So I guess now we just wait until they get back? Okay, so that side's done. So now I should be able to just do this. So whenever I pull that lever, actually, you know what? Let's do this. Suspend that for a little bit. Whenever I pull that lever, it will theoretically release. It will theoretically release that. Well, not theoretically. It will release that troll, which will startle the necromancer when they're in the room with it, which will, when we flood the rest of the room and drown all the people in here. I need to move this lever. When I flood all the room, that room, and drown all the people in there, the necromancer will jump up and down and scream because they're seeing a troll, and will resurrect them all as zombies. Because in order to get a necromancer to resurrect things, they have to be startled or scared or surprised or shocked. Just simply looking at a corpse is not enough for them to resurrect it. They need a reason to resurrect it. Ooh, there we go. We've returned. All right. So our assaults on the necromancer round 2. Okay, we attacked an unknown civilization. The dwarf Urvad tactical planning was superior to the dwarf necromancer Unib Gemwield, but neither side had a positional advantage in Lantern Boulder. The dwarf necromancer Errol's left back tooth was smashed. Well, would you look at that? The dwarf necromancer Errol Rocksmith was struck down by Urist. The dwarf Urvad was struck down by the night beast. Ooh. Another dwarf was struck down by a night beast. Another dwarf was struck down by a night beast. That's not great. Seems to be going a bit better now. Then we lost another dwarf by another beast. Kodal's beast. 2 demons of Nakgust. Demons of Nakgust. Well, this doesn't seem like a great one. I hope we get some books on the way out. So we've got Kodal's beasts, Kodal's nightmares, and demons of something. A lot of different critters there. Hammer seems to be doing pretty well. I lost Hatch, apparently. Hatch, Die Focus, the absolute chain of bolts, was struck down by a catastrophe of ill timber roughness. So sad. That was a good dwarf. So many of these demons here. Although it seems like the tides have turned in our favor, though. We are losing quite a few dwarves, but I would say, based on how much white text is here, we are winning. I would say that we are winning. Which means we may need to fight with them again. Yeah, there's only 60 things there instead of 75, so we did win. The real important question is, did we actually lose those dwarves that I'm fond of? Because sometimes it says that you lose them, but you don't actually lose them. Which is a little weird. I mean, I could just make a nightmarishly bright thing. Are these forbidden or something? Confused. It's very perplexed by the way these gem windows are working. Got another thing I gotta rebuild anyway. I want you up to here replaced. Actually, no, up to here. Need you to be replaced. As the Fearful is throwing a tantrum. Yeah, it does look like we did indeed lose those dwarves. All right, let's do this. Let's disband you, disband you, disband you, disband you. All of those squads need to be disbanded. Where's Hammer? You, yes, you are a militia captain. But I can pretty easily put a lot of these dwarves back into squads pretty quickly. There's a dwarf right there who's pretty pissed. I'd rather have a pretty focused squad, and we'll rebuild these guys. Gotta build these squads back up because of how many losses they had. I need them to train a whole bunch. All right, so it doesn't look like we were able to get a book, which is a massive disappointment. So I'm gonna go hit them again with the braided lancers. Just with the braided lancers. So once they all wake up, they should, theoretically, head out and go raid again. Hopefully this time they'll sneak in undetected and steal a bunch of books. And it looks like dwarves are fighting, probably because of that one dwarf's tantrum. All right, dwarves, you guys got one job, don't get stuck. The job is pretty simple, do not get stuck. Looks like the ghosts are finally rising and haunting the fort. I've got too many jobs to get done right now, which is the actual problem. Like, there are far too many jobs in the fort currently. Because I got all of these bodies that we're disposing of. Plus, I got all these crafting jobs that all need to get done. It's kind of just shitty. Chat, can we get a round of beers in the chat? Cutest is the only person who said anything in the last 10 minutes. Has anybody here ever built a resurrection spot for your dwarves? Has anyone here ever done that successfully? Be curious about what your strat was if you did that. Could just start making glass. It's furnaces. I need glass furnaces. Let's just make glass. You've never even built a, you mean a still? You use stills. I mean, I'm trying to start a conversation on something. Thank you, MV Hank. What's the MV in your name stand for? Or does it stand for anything? Putting some other dwarves that I know were in the military back into the military. Oh, wow. I'm always curious about how people get their usernames. Always something that I find oddly entertaining to know. There we go. We got a bunch of disorderly conducts against as the fearful. Well, I mean, depends on whether or not you want it to be a legacy name or a current name, right? I know one person who updates the name or who updates his username every year to match the year that he's currently in. You know, like I know someone whose name was Hyperforce 2010 because he made that account in 2010. And then eventually I think he updated it to Hyperforce 2020, but I haven't spoken with him in a while. Yeah, I shouldn't be doing that. It's irrelevant. Excuse me. Used area codes as your as somebody who's like relatively cautious about security stuff on the internet, I feel like using my address as part of a username is a terrible idea. But I respect it. But if you're not too concerned about that, then I don't know, that's kind of neat, actually. Sort of like a person who I know who used to stream who has his real first name in his username, but it's such an incredibly rare name, it's actually kind of like constantly doxing himself. Cheers, cutest. Thanks for gifting a sub to Hank. And enjoy the extra time on the clock and thank you very much for hanging around to get gifted one. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Courtesy of Cutest. Thanks, Cutest. All of the money adds, for reference, Tier 1 subscription adds 360 seconds to the timer. Tier 2 is 720. Tier 3 is 1080. Bits and tips add more time to the timer. By a couple seconds. But cheers, guys. Thanks for keeping that timer going. And thanks for hanging out. I don't do these kinds of marathons very much these days. Anybody who watched the stream a while ago would know that I used to do kind of crazy long streams kind of frequently. So this is like me seeing if my body can handle this almost more than anything. Whoop, the lava's about to spread. Thanks for the $1, Hank. Cheers. Rare ability to make me suffer? I don't know if it's a rare ability. It's definitely an ability, though. We've got some more migrants to spite the danger. First one is very curious and not careful with resources when working on projects and would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. Well, would you pass up the chance for a good opportunity to join the military? Or apparently start your own squad? Because we only have 3 squads now. One of them is almost entirely full. One of them is full. Just kind of waiting for those newbies to come on the screen, and then you will also do just fine in the military. You can join the Earthen Corridors. Yeah, I wouldn't quite say it's suffer. Was it really just 2 of them? I feel ripped off. I needed more than 2 of them, guys. Oh well. I mean, no, there is more than 2 of them. Whew. If anybody's got a resub, if you pop it now, it turns into a train. Okay. So we got a few new dwarves in the fort. Also, shit's starting to catch fire. Uh-oh. Looks like one of my dwarves just caught fire. Yeah, about that. I know why. It's because these are too close to lava now, and stuff is splashing back, so I need them to use the dumping spot up here. That's why. Doesn't help that they are throwing boulders into the lava as well right now, which is causing lava to spray up. Thanks, Norstat, for gifting another sub. Cheers. Landing on Glad Alex. Did anybody else catch fire? No, I don't think so. That's kind of sketch. Hey, audio, what's up? How's things, man? How we been? Are you doing anything for Halloween, audio? I can't remember if you're a Halloween-y person or not. Welcome back, Diamond. Dominoc with that resubscription for a 4th month. Cheers, welcome back, dude. Not really anything planned? Yeah. My mom asked me if I wanted to hand out candies, but I think I'm tomorrow after stream, I'm just gonna go hang out outside and just go for a walk in the evening. That's my plans. But thank you very much for the $3 audio and the resub, Dominoc, and the gifted subs. Thanks for playing along with this little marathon. We don't do these very often, but you know, partner anniversary is about as big of a deal as you can get on Twitch, I guess. About as big of a deal as we can get. There's a lamb. Delicious. I was gonna say, you need to spell anniversary correctly, but... Well, I mean, Z Wolfman, first off, you'd need to be funny. Second off, do you really think you're the first person to make that joke at my expense? Third, how do you know what I actually see? Also, what's the definition of the term blind? Because I'm legally blind, yeah. My right eye don't work at all. My left eye barely works. I see out of a small tunnel. I have floating blind spots. I can't legally drive, and my eye doctor wants me to use a white cane. Fuck you, asshole. Now I request an apology from you. Created a masterpiece peafowl bag. Did they ever make those furnaces? It looks like they did. Nope, they didn't, which makes sense. Ah, screw it. Screw it. Why would it be white? Because white cane is the signifier of a visually impaired person. It's like a folding white stick, basically, with a ball on the end, and you push it along the ground so you don't bump into things. I trip over shit all the time when I'm outside. But my pride won't let me. Not yet, anyway. Thanks, audio. Shit. For the 30 bucks. Holy crap. Thanks, man. Cheers. That number just got a lot bigger. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the Russian equivalent to that would be. Oh, that's good. Hell yeah to your college football team. You know, if you're ever watching college football, I'd be willing to bet $1 Eggman is watching the same game, probably. Eggman is probably watching the same game, because he's the biggest college football fan I know. And thank you, audio. Also, secrets are happening in the background. There we go. Significantly safer to be chucking stuff off the higher bit than the lower bit. Also, I'm going to do a thing. Just because I've seen you around way too much. Chat's being nice. Can't wait for that to just start overflowing. Ooh. The Forgotten Beast. Osan. Nog. Ngo. Go tosta. I don't even. A giant humanoid composed of green glass. It has 3 long hanging tails and it has a bloated body. Beware its webs. Well, that one's kind of a pain. I don't have much of an army, but let's see what we can. This could. Actually. Webs. Webs. Hey. Man. Let's see where it goes. You know, I might actually just lock this cavern layer off. It's literally just that bottom one is the one that I'm going to turn on then. Everybody get inside. That is already forbidden. I'm going to give them time. I mean, I'm not going to just ban somebody for saying one rude thing to me. So I would appreciate an apology, but generally, I feel like when people make that joke, I don't think they realize what they're doing. But apology accepted, Z-Wolfman. It's something I should be more understanding for, generally, I think. But I also have, like, 0 patience for it because I've had that joke thrown at me so many times. Almost 4 years running. Damn, dude. Well, either you need better taste, or I'm doing something right. So I've locked that Forgotten Beast out now. It can't get into the fort, or it shouldn't be able to. Anyway. It might be able to come in this side, but I don't think the water's deep enough. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and get that Forgotten Beast. Oop. Mission, these guys could probably kill that thing, but Lantern Boulder, which is the tower that we were fighting. Thanks, guys, for the train. Cheers, everybody. Thanks for all the bits and the subs and everything. What beast? It's made of glass, but this is the thing that actually matters. Hammer. The dwarf hammer, the defensive led the attack. That's a weird wording. And the defenders were led by the dwarf necromancer Unib Geardwield. Hammer outmatched the necromancer with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Purple text is bad, so as long as there's no purple text, we're okay. Blue text is good. Yellow is mixed. White is also good. We're giving them many injuries. I love that they're just called demons. And it continues. There's so many of them. I want to know how many kills Hammer has. I mean, I don't really blame Hammer for like being going kind of crazy in this fight, because a large... Hold on a second. What does that number say? The Braided Lancers, led by the dwarf Hammer, clashed with 53 Follies of Inul, slaying 5. 53. How many are there? 8. Another. Wow, they're just kind of destroying them every time they're slaying 5. Utilir's Wolves is a new one. Led by the defensive 9, slaying 5. 9, slaying 5. Yeah, no, it's just the lambs for the slaughter now. We're killing all of their creations. And then they come home. So maybe one more raid and we can finish that? The important question, though, is did they bring fun toys? Hammer, where are you at? There you is. Did we bring anything back? Aside from your injuries? Nothing that I see. Orange. It was just the first color that came to mind. All right, time to do that one more time, I think. There's only 30 left there. All right, well, we're making progress. Stockade and the Braided Lancers. Although, I think we're just going to send the Braided Lancers back out. Good luck, dwarves. How many kills do you have, Hammer? I think this is a pretty powerful dwarf. Look at all those other kills. Also has killed several necromancers. Whole bunch of dwarves, some humans. Hell yeah. Go take him out. I want to know when we're going to get new type train emotes. It's not that I don't like the dogs, it's just... Come on. When's Twitch just going to let us make custom type train emotes? Ah, yes. That is a very, very good clip. A very, very, very good clip. Speaking of things that are very, very good and dwarfy, my lava layer is almost filled here, which means it's just going to start spilling out over the sides, which I'm totally okay with, and I'm planning to let it do that. Because, you know, we're an evil tower. What's an evil tower without a little bit of fire around us? I just want to be the evil tower in the smoldering forest. For another that recently passed away. He will be very much lurking. Cheers, dude. They're too far away for us to hear that. For them to hear about our existence. The nearest elves, don't be racist, are all the way to hell down here. So I could attack them if I want to, but I don't feel like it. Because that would just be mean. But no, I'm very good at being friends with elves, actually. They're good people to be friends with, usually. I mean, as somebody who loves trees in real life, man, Fridas, sure. But I'm going to ask you a very polite question, which is please, you can bully elves all you want, but they are the least interesting enemy in Dwarf Fortress. So don't use them as racist analogs, which is what most people do. It's literally like taking candy from children. It's the least interesting foe in the game. I mean, I don't love trees that much. I'm not going to go, like, cement myself under a tree, but there are people who do that. No beer? Well, I mean, they make wine, so that's not true. They do have honor. They have magic and can contort trees to their will, which is pretty fucking cool. They're immortal. In fact, I would say that their laws are more logical than a lot of dwarven laws. Yeah, elves are great. That's how my main fortress has a herd of unicorns. Where do you think we got them? We bought them from the elves. And everybody uses the, oh, they're cannibals. Well, you want to know who else are cannibals? Humans. In fact, I'm pretty sure we were cannibals before elves were. Human laws are significantly more fucked up in Dwarf Fortress than elven law. Elves are really interesting in Dwarf Fortress. Just most people look at them as the default enemy numero uno, which I think is kind of disappointing. In reality, I think the actual #1 enemy in Dwarf Fortress should be humans, because the humans are the young race that's going to take over everybody inevitably, like in most fantasy settings. You seem like somebody who doesn't tolerate any difference in appearance or culture, Wolfman. I have no respect for your kind. What's up, Kugler? You want them to be threatening? Change your raws so that they can have metal. Kugler. I actually once had an elven faction that was completely assimilated by goblins and necromancers, and they would raid me with iron armor, metal bolts, and they were flying on undead ravens. That was scary and threatening. They showed up and fucking annihilated me, like, immediately. I didn't survive a single raid. It was literally just they showed up and just, whoop, just wrecked everything. I was like, what just happened? I mean, someone in chat was also making a mod the other day, which was, which just allows the elves to grow metal on plants. So that's another option. How much adamantine do I have right now? I gotta have some. Like none, apparently. I do have quite a bit of iron, though. A little bit of steel. Let's make more steel. Am I melting stuff? Yes, I am. What elven spears do decent damage if you have no armor. Like, elven spears do really good damage if you are a completely inexperienced player that has no real access to dangerous materials. They're like the tutorial faction to fight, so why bully them? Just let them be. Let them be, I say. How am I doing on... Do I have charcoal? And if so, how much charcoal do I have? I've got plenty of charcoal. Okay, that's good. Excellent. Excellent. All right, well, I need to populate these other squads, so... Dreams of mastering a skill, compassion and performance, better transfers. He lives at a high energy kinetic pace, positive sentiments. Doesn't handle stress well. All right, well, I can't put you in the military. How about you? Dreams of attaining a rank in society. How about a rank in the military? There you go. You'll be fine. You like fist fights. How about you? Dreams of mastering a skill. You will enjoy your time in the military. I'm not even joking about that. Truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. All right. And avoids exciting and stressful situations. All right. Well, that satisfies your fate. Has no ambition whatsoever and is gripped by crippling shyness. I think I've met this person. Is inflamed with hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. Cool. How about you? Finds everything funny, never feels discouraged. Falls in love easily. You'll be fine. And one of my recent young adults. Oh, they're all very weak though. That's the thing. Is you start off as very weak. You gain strength from training. No, pity your enemies because they made the mistake to be on the wrong side. They should have joined us. We wouldn't have had this problem. Quite literally. Like, if they never attacked us, would they have really ever had these problems? So I don't think they would have. I don't think that they would have. That's all the slabs that we have for right now. Those are all getting dumped, supposedly, but not actually getting dumped, and everybody's socializing for some reason. Did I leave the burrow on? No, I didn't. Are we supposed to fight with? Have you ever heard of this thing called peace? It's pretty great. You do realize there's more things in Dwarf Fortress than fighting, right? I was initially joking, and now I'm like, being like serious. You know there's other things to do in this game, right? Combat is one of the things you can do in this game. Yes. But not everything about this game is fighting. Some of the most fun I've had in this game is just watching dwarves dance and reading about the songs that they're writing. One day I'll watch all 100, like 152? No, 56? I don't know how many are up there. There's a lot. I need to look. Good luck, though, Spooky. Good luck. We're doing a little partner anniversary marathon today. So I'm streaming until that timer hits 0. You're on episode 9. Oh no. I feel like most people who say that they're going, like, there are some people who say that they're going to watch it all, right? And they start at the beginning, and they're like, yep, I will make it to the end. And I say, okay, good for you. Good luck. And then they're like, yeah, I kind of gave up at episode, like, 10. And that's usually where people seem to give up, is around episode about 10. And, you know, honestly, much respect that you made it that far. I genuinely, like, there's a noticeable view drop-off around episode 10. It's like the first 10 episodes all have about 1,000 views, and then there's a point where it's just like, everything just kind of drops down to about 200. I think it's just people checking in occasionally going, oh, this is still going neat. I know one person who's watched all of it, Jimmy T, or claims he's watched all of it. Although one thing that I think is hilarious is like the small cabal of people who post on the news posts that I do under basically stating that, oh, if you're a real fan of blinds, you just had to set the video speed to normal speed from 200% speed because you were just watching blinds streams. There's a few people that do that, and I find that very funny because it's very true. Yeah, watching 300 plus years of a single fortress is quite difficult. Kind of makes me wish that, like, Sethados recorded all of his Arch Crystal playthrough. Kind of wish. All right, anyway, what can we do with this? I've got this mostly done. Connect that to that. Now I just need necromancers. That's actually quite literally the only thing that we need now. But we're raiding the tower again. So that part's pretty cool. There we go. We've got those granite cuttings coming in. And I don't like being a violence fetishist. See, Wolfman. All right. Why did you do that, Dwarf? You're very smart. Is just begging to have some great compilation videos made or like Long Death Abridged. If somebody wants to do that, fucking go with God. Quite literally, like, if somebody wants to do that, go nuts. I've had a few people say they're going to do that. Nobody has yet, so. Oh, the dwarves are back. I'm raiding Lantern Boulder again. First part would be 3 people dying wanting materials for artifacts. This is true, yeah. Yeah, this is true. Try to be, yeah, generally. Yeah, I'm not generally a supporter of genocide in any instance, including video games. Hammer, the defensive, led the attack. The defenders were led by the dwarf necromancer Zulban. Hammer, the defensive, outmatched the necromancer. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. Looks like we are dealing with the nightmarish creations of the necromancer. Pretty handedly. Including, oh no! Well, that did turn bad eventually. We lost thigh cut. But seems to be just thigh cut that got wrecked. Everybody else seems to be doing just fine. Purple text is something is dead. Red text is somebody got a major injury. So it's major injury, major injury, major injury, major injury, major injury, major injury, death. And I'm seeing so many creatures I've never seen the names before. But they made it back. So shout outs. So what's left at that tower then? 20. We are getting there. I'm going to send them back out immediately. So you can actually know what the proc gen creatures look like. I'm really curious to see what like rating and stuff is going to look like in the Steam version. I'm very, very curious. Because even just like adding a sprite would be more than enough in my opinion. Yeah, we'll just do fortifications there. Bring the windows in, and then we'll just push the windows along the side, and we'll just drown this guy. But yeah, no, I tend to agree with that. I think that that's a pretty... Like, there's a lot of things that I wish were in Fortress mode that are not in Fortress mode that I think would be great additions to Fortress mode. But at the same time, it's like, kind of don't feel like I can, like, reasonably ask for a lot of those things. Here come those gems to make the gem window. Super thinly polished granite. Because apparently that's a thing that dwarves can do. It's polished granite enough that it becomes opaque. Basically what I'm trying to say, Z-Wolfman. I like combat in DF as much as anybody, right? But if the only thing you want to talk about and care about is all of the ways that you can kill things, we're not going to get along very well. There's a lot of really fascinating simulation that happens in Dwarf Fortress, and a lot of really cool things that you can do in Dwarf Fortress that are not just annihilate everybody. And yeah, sometimes it's fun to annihilate everybody. But if that's all you're doing in Dwarf Fortress, it's hard to say this, but you're really missing out on some really cool shit. And quite frankly, as somebody who streams games full-time for a living, I don't like just seeing my chat nonstop talk about violence. It's like trying to play RimWorld and all that anybody talks to you about is how, did you know that you can, like, arrest people and make them your slaves? And then once you're done with making them your slaves, you can then eat them? It's like just being told that repeatedly. But kind of the Dwarf Fortress version of that. And in my opinion, that's kind of like the worst part of RimWorld. And I really don't want Dwarf Fortress to be like that. So, I don't know. Be better. There's awesome things you can do in this game that are not violence. And yes, the elves are the most boring faction to fight with. And calling them tree-hugging knife ears just sounds racist. You're not expecting them, you're just writing up ideas that come to your head. No, I completely agree. I think it's good to like have ideas of things that you would add to a game to improve it. Gives you a very nuanced approach, which I think is a good thing. Daryl is done. Well, that's good to hear. I just want this stuff to start lighting stuff on fire. All what are we constructing? Cool. We're still constructing those windows. Excellent. Got a few more to do. Kind of like the way the granite windows look. They look like rock crystals. We'll put some cherry opals there. Because I do have enough for 2 windows. Those are nice and red if I'm not mistaken. Ah, right. Is there a particular reason why Daryl was wearing a V-neck? I just realized I had the camera turned off. All right, so how is new squad leader shaping up? Cool. Got new squad leader training. You. Salam. This person. Individual combat drill. Wants to practice a craft and is bored. Well, I guess we need to get more dwarves in that squad so that you're less bored. Iron. Iron shields. And iron helm. I don't think I actually have enough iron for that, but maybe. Video player died for a second. I did some diagnostics the other day because I think I figured out the source of that frequent error that people have been having on my stream. I think I figured it out. So theoretically, people should be getting less error 2000s, and people should also no longer be getting the audio stuttering error. But it's hard to say for sure. Stuff like that. It is indeed hard to say. In terms of mastering a skill, and this skill was realized, well, I have a squad for you then. Sort of to the point of unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise. Nothing is certain in our life. This is true. Which is why I said theoretically, people should be getting less errors. We're attacking once again. And once again, Ushat Hammer, Sword Thunder the defensive, outmatched the Necromancer with a cunning plan. Whoa. The Dwarf Necromancer, Usteth, was struck down by the Dwarf Ushat Hammer, the defensive. Hells yeah. And it looks like we rampaged throughout. Did we get books? Because we killed the Necromancer. But that's the important question. Did we get books? I am not seeing any books. I'm going to lead that to believe that no, we didn't get any books. All right, time to head back out and do that again. Hopefully we'll get some books. There's only 10 of them there. I'm just going to send everybody this time. Maybe not everybody. Send 2 squads this time. The Sacred Sweetness. That's an odd title, Dwarf. You've posted him? I mean, I'd be sad if you didn't. Definitely has a V-neck. I think he reminds me of. Looks oddly similar to something I've seen before. I'll let you know if it pops in my brain. Check art if you want to see what Stone's talking about. On the Discord. Also, Chad, I've got a genuine question. Am I actually that weird when it comes to violence in Dwarfort? Because I don't think that I am. But some people seem to think I am. Are my opinions really that out of the norm? It's not even bonfire night? I mean, sometimes you just gotta be loud, though, I guess. You don't like your dwarves dying? That's fair. I guess I will never fully understand why some people just have to obsess over the violence. And that is the only thing that they can focus on. You've never waged war on elves. I feel like we need the Twitch tag elf sympathizer and just like set that up for the whole stream. Not even once? Damn. Well, I mean, respect. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a really good way to put it, actually, Metalhead. Bam. The red looks nice in that. It's a good way to put it. Tales of survival and struggle outweigh tales of slaughter. Find yourself somewhere in between. I mean, I'm all for drama, but I think that there's kind of a difference between drama and let's just murder hobo everything. I mean, sometimes it's fun to be a murder hobo, I get it, but if that's like the only thing you do, that's really one-dimensional and boring. That's my main issue, is it's just one-dimensional. But, all right, so now that we've got all this set up, all I need now is a necromancer to put in that room, lock the door, and then pull a lever. And then hopefully, ideally, it'll all go big whoosh and drowns the troll, freaks the hell out of the necromancer, and in doing so also turns all of the things in that room into a zombie. So, fingers crossed it works. Hey, chat, when you see a red door, do you want it painted black? That dwarf's got a red door. -2, you don't want it painted black when you see a red door? When you see lines of red cars? Wait, what? So you're telling me every time you see a Ferrari, you just want it painted black? All right, so now we just need to continue doing what we are already doing. I love the fact that there's a god in this fort named Tosid. And this god, Tosid, is associated with fortresses. And my mayor is named Tosid and then made an artifact named after himself. Still one of my favorite little dumb things about this fortress. Also, his favorite god is named Tosid. It's like having a name Jesus and then making an artifact and naming yourself Jesus while also worshiping Jesus. It is kind of suspect, isn't it? I mean, I've never played Fallout New Vegas, so I don't actually know what that means, Stone, so I will simply smile and nod and say, yes, you are indeed a pacifist. Must think highly of himself. He dreams of attaining a rank in society, so he must. I mean, if I got the opportunity to make him into a baron, I would. Never had the opportunity, though. Why, is he like a nice character who didn't do anything wrong or something that people just kill for no reason? Making a bunch of armor pieces. Then what's with the memes then? And then copper, mail, shirt, 40, copper sucks, but can fill in the bits that we need with crossbow, or with copper rather. Let's do high boots. Oh, it's like one of those if you... Usually dies if you let him go. Usually dies? For me, it depends on the game. Manfredas. It highly depends on the game. If it's a role-playing game, then I generally play the way I would be in real life, which is take the peaceful option first. If it's a role-playing game where I'm trying to tell a specific story, then I don't really care. If the story ends in violence, the story ends in violence. The story is going to end in violence. Runs into a pack of giant scorpions? Man, sad to you hate to see it. Just like in real life, if you ran into a pack of giant scorpions. Well, he didn't live very long, did he? Need to take a real quick restroom break. I'll be back in a sec. You mean the lottery of poor RNG? Acid grind? In order to win the lottery, you'd have to buy lottery tickets. Read questions about the city. Written by Datan Seldikes. It concerns the town mob buckled. Writing is reasonably serious. It's amateurish at best. How many books do we have in the library? 220. Damn, that's actually quite a few. I mean, it's never that kind of lottery. If you don't win, you die kind of lottery. I mean, I've seen the movie The Island. I know how that goes. Kind where meaning everybody else lost. I mean, sure, fair enough. Still a lottery. Still, in fact, a lottery. All right. Also have this child who just grew up, who dreams of raising a family, finds something humorous in everything, never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations, and has an overdeveloped sense of optimism. Go join the mountainous drums, child. Or adults, I guess. I mean, you are 12. Yeah, for reference, I've never been a fan of the Bethesda Fallout games. Just not games for me in particular. Never really found them to be particularly engaging. What, New Vegas? Yeah, I've widely heard that. When it comes to that kind of like sandboxy FPS game, I'm much more interested in a little series called Stalker. That's probably would be, if I had to pick one, that's a series that I'm much more partial to. I mean, Fallout Tactics is best Fallout because it's the one that I finished. But, you know, any day now? Nah, that thing's a year out. Isn't it? I thought it was like mid next year or like fall next year or something. I don't know. I will be streaming Stalker 2 and nobody will watch me stream it, but I will stream it. I need a new graphics card though. Tactics let you play with death claws. Tactics has one of the worst UI designs I've ever seen, but it fits the game so well. I don't know if that's a good thing to say about Tactics or anything, but like Tactics' idea of UI design is hilariously terrible. Also, Squawk, did you see the change that they made to Brigador, which kind of indirectly makes me sort of mad? No. So you can now save and exit during freelance missions. Meaning you could do closed casket special, do like 3 or 4 levels, and then fucking like save and quit. Which would save so much time. Would have been nice, yeah. It's like, but I've already finished all of those, so. Tango Juliet! Thanks for that Prime subscription. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days until you click that button again. Cheers. Jack, can we get a round of beers for that brand new Prime sub? And thanks for chucking some time on the timer. I mean, if it's evil, it's automatically also comedy, right? Because being evil is hilarious. Just ask, I don't know, Mark Zuckerberg. But man, kind of worried that that tower might attack us, so I kind of just want to kill it. Because right now I don't really have the strength to fight a tower, but, you know, it's fine, generally. Oh, hey, they do still trade with us. That's cool. I should sell them some stuff. I haven't traded with them in a while, and I should probably just trade with them. So let's do this. I'm gonna have so much crap that I can't sell the toy axes because the mayor don't like you that. Those are contraband. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this. Switch by double X. That's a lot of stuff. All right, cool. There'll be plenty of stuff to sell. I'm really curious about how many dwarves immediately run to go trade. Or put stuff in depot. A lot of dwarves. There's going to be a lot of clothing just running up those stairs. Man, this is going to be a good way to get rid of a lot of crap. A whole lot of crap. Speaking of a whole lot of crap, just there goes the lava. It's going to catch a lot of things on fire when that starts to spill over on the right side. You think it'd be kind of nerve-wracking running along that? I mean, I feel like there's just lava maybe a little bit too close to your feet down there. I feel like there's maybe a bit much. I wonder if there's anybody running into down here. Probably not, actually, because they would be going for stuff that isn't set to be melted. All right, well, my mayor is my trader, so we'll just follow the mayor until he's done drinking. And then we can trade with the humans. Or not the humans, the dwarves. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. There's also one other thing I'd like to do. Which is, if I go up to well, maybe not one other thing, but there's another thing I'd like to do. Which I just thought of, which I think would be a good idea. Right underneath this, I'm going to put a floodgate. Of course, it's a named floodgate. And then I'm going to put another lever in here, which I'm going to call floodgate. Just gives me a little bit more control. Gives me a lot more control, actually. And I think also, because, okay, so John, I need to ask you some science for a second. If there is a floor in Dwarf Fortress with a floodgate underneath it, right? And there is a hole in the floor above it, and the floodgate is closed, can building destroyers destroy the floodgate on the lower level? So if there's a troll up here, can it destroy the floodgate that's here, underneath it? But theoretically is keeping that floor piece solid. You have a good night, Stone. Depending on how long that timer goes, I might still be on when you wake up. Oh, shit's on fire. Hallelujah! As it should be. Is there anything in the wiki about it? I haven't looked. I only just thought of it, so. Which is why I'm asking, really. So you're trying to get outside to raid this thing? How about I put you in the other squad? Yeah, that game's pretty short, isn't it? Inscription? Very trusting. We have some new migrants, which is good. I can fill up another squad pretty quickly. Especially considering shit's about to catch fire. Could be considered rude and likes to take it easy. Relatable. Often feels envious of others and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Not relatable. I've experienced both of those frequently. Disdains the best advice and associates and family, relying strictly on her own counsel. She has a profound sense of duty and obligation and is slow to anger. Also joins the military. Shit's about to catch fire. I would say. So what'd you think of Inscription then, Squug? Did you just, like, beat it in one day? How long did it take you, if I can ask? Is this, like, beat like you got the 100? Or is this, like, you just finished a playthrough? Got a couple Chivas left? Gotcha. 'Cause I remember you saying that it looked good, but you weren't sure if you were going to buy it. I'm surprised that you finished it that fast, actually. All right, cool. We got a bunch of clothing. None of it's really worth much, though. I'm going to buy the books that they brought, or as many of them that I can afford. We got a lot more things to bring to trade with them. Uh-oh. So you know that dude that shoots webs? He now has a friend. Forgotten beast, Ditari, has come. An enormous toad composed of flames. It has wings and it squirms and fidgets. I mean, that's a little scary. The fortunate thing about it being composed of flame is it means it doesn't really... It just kind of dies when you punch it. The problem is it means it sets everything on fire that it touches. So it can't get into my fort, but it certainly can cause a lot of damage. It's up there. Okay, so here's our web spitting human. All right, chat. Who do you think is going to win here? Olsan, the gigantic humanoid composed of green glass with 3 long hanging tails and a bloated body, beware its webs, or Fire Frog? Fire Toad! I think we can do this like 1 or 2 turns at a time. Glass Boy? Chat's betting on Glass Boy. The fight begins. Forgotten Beast is caught in a cloud of flames. The Forgotten Bee attacks the Forgotten... Oh, this is going to be impossible to read. Let's watch. Whoa! All right, let's just take a peek at them. So our Froggy Boy or Toad Boy has no injuries yet. And, where's the... Where is the human? I think that Glass Boy's dead. I'm pretty certain that Glass Boy is dead. That is impressive, yeah. Just kind of blasted him. I don't know what to do with you. Yeah, Toad just hit too hard. I think what we need to do... Ooh, there's a ghost. I think what we need to do is we need to wait for the... Oh, never mind. Glass Boy got into the fort. And I have no idea how. But somehow Glass Boy's in the fort. Yeah, I am also in the... Wait, what? Okay, well, How? Like, genuinely, how? Maybe? Yeah, maybe, like, clipped through the geometry or something, but okay. I'm just gonna tell my squads to kill this guy. I don't even know if they can. Because it's just going to insta-gib everything. This might actually be the end of the fort. All right, the dwarves appear to be on it. Okay, they are on it. The militia commander strikes the Forgotten Beast in the left lower leg with his shield, but the attack glances away. They did manage to fracture it. The axe dwarf hacks at the Forgotten Beast in the head with an iron battle axe, fracturing it. It managed to get away. The dwarves have, like, done some fighting around it. It seems to just be an all-out brawl. Okay, the creature is dead. Who got the hit kill in? The axe dwarf hacks the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with an iron battle axe, and it is mostly cut away from the rest of the torso. We did lose a lot of dwarves, though. I mean, it was pretty painful, but frankly, I think that could have been a lot worse. I would say Toad won, but I think the dwarves lost. considering we are still losing recruits. Dwarves are still bleeding out. A lot of dwarves are coming to recover wounded. I mean, Fireboy's still out there. Yeah, the explosion must have, like, clipped him through a wall. That toad would look amazing next to your outdoor pool. Yeah, I agree with that. Man, that could have been so much worse. So those were 2 squads of 10. We now have a squad of 6 and a squad of 7. Poor fucking dwarves. I want those squads to come back with a fancy book so bad. Oh, man. I just want them to come back so bad. So bad. There's a ghost somewhere. One of these is a ghost. Well, it's time to go place some more tombs, I say. I think I'm just going to start making another tomb layer. Because I got tons. I just need to place them. Yeah, I think that could have been much worse. The worst Forgotten Beast I ever got was a steel horse. So it was a horse composed of steel. And it also had webs. And we mostly had copper because that's all that was really available in the area. So all my weapons are made out of copper, basically. And we weren't even able to damage it. It killed all 170 of my dwarves in a matter of minutes. The body count on this fort's been kind of bonkers, though. Does anybody know if coffins preserve bodies for necromancers? Does anybody know about that? Because we might need to uproot some of these coffins and try and res some dwarves. Chat, can I get some Fs for the fallen and some beers for the living? Mission report. Hopefully this is the final raid that we need to do for this tower. We slipped in, undetected, excellent. And it looks like we just stole a bunch of books. Excellent. Alright, so what we got to do is... Oh, shit's on fire. Something collapsed on the surface. Well, I mean, that is fine. I think what I'm going to do... I'm going to lock the dwarves inside for a second. And let's see... Book thieves? Oh, you know it. Doing our best. Alright, so this is where my dwarves are coming from. Oh no, they left the books! I mean, shit's gonna get very burny for a second here. Just want them to bring the books in. Like, creation for the students. And introduction to the hills. Nothing super interesting in that one. How about this one? The meaning of the tower. Concerns the tower. The writing shifts between topics and is fairly cheerful. Guess the tower is fairly cheerful. What'd you bring? Whoa! This is a novel. This is a one-humped camel parchment scroll. The rollers are made from glena. Written on the item is an item entitled Thoughts on Tigi Ferinkis. Authored by Zulban. It concerns Tigi Fifirinkis. That's a kobold. Overall, it is a great source of information. The work has 5 chapters. The first chapter covers the rise of the Minotaur, the famous as the enemy of Tigifrinkis in the late summer of 19. The second chapter covers the rise of the cheetah, Norod, glad nobles, as an enemy of Tigifrinkis in the early spring of 34. The third chapter covers the rise of the cheetah Ospu as the enemy of Tigifrinkis in the early spring of 34. The fourth chapter covers the rise of another cheetah. And of course, the fifth chapter covers the rise of the Hydra, Edri, pulpy judges, the vigorous jewel, as an enemy of Tigifrinkis in the early summer of 36. It's a book of history about kobolds. That's great. That's officially my favorite book in the fort. All right, how about the ones they dropped on the ground? To discuss the failed attempt by the Jaguar woman necromancer Lapa to corrupt the dwarf Nil, Rampart Ponder, in Hale Hall. That's hard to say. In 403. The writing is very serious, but it is masterful. All right, so we didn't drop anything too important. It's an essay entitled After Mincot Control Clasp. Mincot Control Clasp concerns the authoring of the elements of Mincot Control Clasp by the dwarf necromancer Mincot Control Clasp in Lantern Boulder. That is not confusing at all. How about ye? Concerning Storage. It consists of a 39-page essay entitled Concerning Storage, authored by Lapa, the Jaguar woman. It concerns the storing of treaties on Lantern Boulder. So it's basically about storing a book. It's a book about preserving a book, I would suppose. Yeah, I did. It was all right. There's nothing particularly interesting in Timberborn, in my opinion. But why do you ask? It's just too early access for me. I think the game could be really cool in a bit, but I don't really have any interest in like grinding it out and burning out on it. It concerns the return of the dwarf Damned Slayer from the dead as a Damned Slayer. It descends into almost a rant at times, but it is splendid. Shit's on fire, of course. Naturally. This is like the rise of evil in my fortress, because everything is burning down. Everything is pausing the game because everything is burning. I can't wait to see what this looks like in the Steam version. Type stuff. I'm so excited. All right, what are you carrying? Creation for Students. It's an introduction authored by... It's nothing interesting. How about you? You've got Rebirth, the Definitive Guide. Yes. I already looked at that one. A Humble Offering. Chronicle entitled The Humble Offering. It's authored by Domas. It concerns Tigifrinkis. Overall, it's a good source of information. The work has a single chapter and it covers the rise of the cheetah in 34. Somebody really likes that Cobalt crew. Labor Boulder in Practice. It concerns the Tower of Lantern Boulder. But did they really manage to go and raid and not find a single book covering the secrets of life and death? Guys, you had one job. Like, really. You actually had one job. How about this one? Yeah, I think that they managed to completely raid a tower and not get a book with the secrets of life and death. I am impressed. Color me impressed. But on the bright side, shit's on fire, so we get to watch stuff burn. Fireworks! But yeah, why do you ask about Timberborn audio? I didn't set it so that this doesn't pause, so we just get to wait for this stuff to finish pausing. This would be a fun time to get attacked right about now, because they all burn to death eventually. I'm not sure how the dwarves are going to leave. But, I mean, it's a pretty good fort, I think, chat. Regardless of whether or not the Mountain Home members are able to leave. This has been a pretty good fort. But yeah, no, I'm kind of just at a point with super early access, especially town builders. If it's a super early access town builder, odds are pretty good. I'm not going to play very much of it. I might play a little bit of it, but I'm probably not going to play a bunch of it. The reason I'm not going to play a bunch of it is because it's going to get really old for me really quickly. Those trees falling over. And Timberborn is kind of one of those. Another one is Going Medieval. Like, I didn't even bother with that one because I'm like, yeah, I know that game's too early for me. He is far too early. Oh, did you just see it on Steam or something for sale? And you were like, I've seen this before. Also has some mechanics in it that I think are kind of disappointing. Oh, someone else is streaming it? I get you. Yeah, no, it has some mechanics in it that I find quite disappointing. It has a pretty annoying district mechanic that I'm not thrilled with. It's kind of one of those, like, its biggest failure is it has to exist in a world where Dwarf Fortress also exists, and if Dwarf Fortress does similar things but significantly better, I'd rather just play that. Burn! My pretties. I'm really curious to see if this is actually going to burn those bones up, because I'm not... Uh-oh, there's a dwarf that needs to run away from that! Dude. Like, run away. There's a forest fire. What if I just, like, you know, forbid all this? What did you grab? Treaties on the tower? Oh, you grabbed a book? I mean, that's fair. So I'm not sure how the traders are going to make it out of this, but they're going to try. It's going to be admirable regardless. So we're just going to kind of let this burn out. I've never really tried killing an army with fire outside of lava. I always kind of wondered how effective it would be. Like just starting a forest fire and just being like, all right, goblins, good luck. That's something that I've wanted to test and mess around with a bit more in Dwarf Fort for a while. It's just, oh, well, there's enemies here. All right, we'll just throw fire at them. It's not too difficult to just, you know, disrupt things with fire. Dwarf is brave. I'm just gonna go clean some, like, post-forest fire stuff. More from the trees collapsing and less the fire. I mean, have you ever been hit by a falling tree and survived, Lara? I mean, come on. I can tell you almost for a fact that I've never been hit by a falling tree and I've survived. Although if you catch on fire in Dwarf Fortress, you're pretty much just dead. Like, that's usually how that goes. I think that probably, like, one of the better ways to go about doing that, I would think. Oh, they just threw the Forgotten Beast into lava. Good stuff. One of the things that... I think that I've always wanted to try is just building a lot of wooden floors and then setting those on fire and storing a bunch of explodable barrels on the floors. Something I've always wanted to try. All right, so dwarves should suddenly have a lot of stuff to do because of all the coffins. All these corpses down here. Rest in peace. Under the wooden floors? I don't know if that would catch fire that way. I've never seen fire burn that way in Dwarfort. But, like, you can catch wooden floors and walls on fire if there is fire exposed to them. Although pouring lava on them doesn't usually ignite them, which I think is a little weird. But, you know. DF is kind of just a weird game like that sometimes. Sometimes stuff just doesn't work the way you'd expect it to. Wait, what? Why is there an altar there? We must have stolen an altar at some point. So some trees are still smoldering. Some stuff not so much. All right, let's see what's left of that tower. Not much. So I'm going to send all my squads to go raid that tower. That was a poor decision. Now the frame rate's gone. Including the recruits. But they're going to try and get off the map. Hopefully don't burn to death in the process. And they're going to go invade that tower. I have a question, chat. I feel like every time I blink, I see another one of these things. I'm gonna link an Indiegogo. This is another one of these. Blind is looking at shitty Indiegogos. I swear, one of these days I need to do a stream which is just like Indiegogo bingo, where I just look at bad Indiegogos and just laugh at them. But like, I swear every time I blink, there's another one of these on Indiegogo. I'm just curious, do these actually work? Like, it's a genuine question, because, like, I see shitty ones on Amazon all the time. I've seen them at, like, drugstores and stuff. Do they actually work? Like, is that, like, a legitimate method of fixing posture? Is that actually a thing that works? Because I've been wondering for so long. I've never used one. And I don't know anybody who's used one. And whenever I ask people, people are like, nah, it seems like snake oil. Then why do they exist so consistently? There's got to be something to it. I don't know. It just seems incredibly uncomfortable, at the very least. There's one other thing I think I could do that could be a bit of fun, but come on, dwarves. Just gotta get past the fire. You have no idea. That's a fair response, especially if you're a Ditto. Man, I miss the days when Ditto was like one of the most used unofficial Twitch emotes. Where are you going exactly now, dwarf? Concerning me, dwarf. Please don't catch fire. What just happened? These dwarves are making me very nervous, chat room. This is kind of an apocalyptic looking fort now. Just because of me, like, you know, pumping lava onto the surface with, like, no rhyme or reason. They work? Do they? Oh, maybe I should get one. I've been trying to, like, fix my posture properly for a while. Oh, you're gonna go fill a water skin? Alrighty, Dwarf. Obviously, they won't make you buff. They probably also hurt like a bitch. I should go demand some tribute from the elves. That's something I should do this run. Maybe once we have necromancy, we'll go demand tribute from them. And if they refuse tribute, we'll invade them. I'll just give you vibrating feedback. So what you're telling me is if I have bad back posture, I get a back massage? Because that sounds awesome. Most of those things is therapeutical. Interesting. Well, anyway, I guess I learned something. Those do actually work. I always thought that they were just kind of like, I mean, there's probably ones that are, but I always got the impression that they were just kind of like cheap products shoved out to make people think that they're improving something, because those are not super uncommon. So the current reason why the fire is causing lag is because the dwarves are trying to path around it and they're constantly having to recalculate the pathing routes. Uh-oh. Pull this lever. We've got a lot of dwarves that need to get out of here. And also the mountain home people need to leave pretty soon too. Do they even have a way out right now? I think they do. I mean, if you don't want to, you don't want to. And I get that. I guess with those things, I just always fear that people are going to do themselves more damage than benefit at the end of the day. Which is often my suspicion when I see those things. It's like, I feel like that if used correctly, that's a tool that could maybe help. But also I fear that people are just going to hurt themselves instead of helping themselves. I'm trying to think of other things where, like, I mean, a classic example of that is vitamins, you know? A lot of people think that, yo, if you take a lot of vitamins, it's good for you. It's like, sure, but you also just piss it out if you don't need it. And if you're eating a proper diet, you don't need most vitamins. It's going to take them a while to get out. I'm actually kind of curious. Where's our fireball friend at? Still standing there, eh? Man, if you weren't in such an inconvenient spot, I'd drop a rock on your head. Let's fly Olzivi. I do mean Olzivi. Down to here. We're gonna mine out some more adamantine, I think. So I've apparently run out of it. Supposedly. And let's just carve some fortifications. Peek in there. Because that could be spooky if we eat into that. Because there could be 2 blocks on the far side there, and if there is, then that's probably scary. Well, if that's probably scary, then we know exactly where we can mine. I should have waited for the fires to burn out first. Oh well. I'm just hoping that they can go raid, sneak in, get out, get lots of stuff. At least that's my hope. It looks like we're going to, at minimum, be doing a 10-hour stream today. It's pretty doable. We can have up to another 6 hours added onto that. So I'm going to have some books burning indefinitely here. It's not a bad lava moat, I say. Curious about what route you're taking. You're going to dip down here, aren't you? Yeah, you're going to dip down here. Run to the right and back up. Man, this is taking forever. Yeah, I should have waited for the fires to burn out. This is 100% my own fault. Fortunately, book number 1 up here that got dropped on the ground didn't catch fire. So that's good. Kind of hoping the others don't. Because books, like artifacts, if they catch fire, they just burn indefinitely for all time. Are you stuck in a tree? I think you are stuck in a tree. Oh, nope, no, you're not. But you're no longer in the tree. Also, the frame rate got quite a bit better when I removed you from that squad. All right, let's see how many people still need to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. It's these ones that are going back to pick up equipment that are concerning me. All right, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to this screen, and I'm going to hit New Squad, Metal Armor. And I'm going to start adding all of the dwarves that are still on this tile. Oh, well that's why the game's so fucking laggy. Found the problem, chat. I found the problem. There is a dwarf stuck in the tree. I was sitting here going like, it's gotta be the pathing. It's gotta be the fire path. It's gotta be the fire. There's no way it's not the fire pathing. Classic dwarves, doing classic dwarf shenanigans. Never change, dwarves. Never change. Just whatever you do, never change. Dwarves are cats. I mean, this game is made by a cat person, so yes, this would check out. I am a dwarf and I'm stuck in a tree. S-T-R-I-V-I-N-G. S-T-R-V-I-N-G, maybe? Disturbing. Or maybe just dying. D-Y-I-N-G. Let's get a few more dwarves on woodcutting. I did lose all 3 of my woodcutters to that big raid that came through. Oh, wow, there's a ghost. Oh, I mean, that's probably not helping. Did they really fill up all of those coffins? Are you for real? Wow, they absolutely did. Good God. Well, there's a few extras. You know, I kind of want this one dwarf who's stuck in a tree to just burn to death. Unless he's no longer stuck in the tree. Where was that tree? Alright, well, Dwarf is coming to cut it down. Did he get out of... Oh, nope, there he is. Well, that sped up the frame rate significantly. Now the rest can leave. Timber? I mean, first we need the dwarf to actually get over there. I'm wondering why that keeps happening in this fort specifically. This fort seems to have a lot of issues with dwarves just like mysteriously getting stuck in trees for mysterious reasons. Also put you into the ashen handles. There you go. So Della, one of my scholars, is coming to fell a tree. This sped things up significantly. Like you said, Basta, timber. And crash. And the dwarf didn't die. Wow, that's miraculous. Normally when that happens, they just die. Golden Grams, thanks for that very brand new first time ever Prime subscription. Cheers. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Mage, is it SL Mage or Smage? I'm trying to figure out how to say your name. This is Reigns of Terror right now, and this is my second to last day doing it. So tomorrow will be my last day. Reigns of Terror is my Halloween fort. So I'm just trying to... My goal for this fort, I mean, if you've started watching it on YouTube, my goal for this fort is to make a Necromancer Tower and then let it fall into chaos, which is basically what we're doing. We're very close to that point, but we do have a few more things we need, like Necromancers. We have a tower. It's surrounded by lava. This is one of my seasonal series, so I do seasonal series to kind of break up Long Death. Like, the next one I do will probably be, like, maybe around Christmas. I'll do, like, a holiday-themed one. Where I give away artifacts or something. Yeah, so this is like it was end of September, October fortress. So this one will be done on Halloween. So probably next week will be when I upload the last update. Yeah, Minecraft. I don't know why I've been listening to the Minecraft soundtrack a lot recently. Crazy. Also, hi Ozu. What's up? It is just good. It is just good music. Yeah. It is just good music. It's honestly, like, my favorite part of Terraria is the music, and my favorite part of Minecraft is the music. I don't really play either of those games, but I like the soundtracks a lot for both of them. All right, well, we've done a good job burning our forest a bit. Now that we're done burning the forest a bit, seems like everybody's just reading books. A dyer. Well, you must be really bored. Confident under pressure, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, dislikes the natural world. I mean, you must be real happy about the upstairs right now. Keeps her voice very quiet when she's nervous and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Put you into the ashen handles. I mean, I played a bit of Terraria when it was new, but I don't know. It really grabbed a couple of my friends, and they put an absurd amount of time into it, and it just never grabbed me. I respect the game for what it is, but it doesn't really do much for me is the problem. Yeah, no. I mean, it's not a bad game. I mean, I feel like I always need to clarify that to people. It's like, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's not for me. And that is not necessarily a bad thing. But yeah, no, this is my Halloween fort. So the goal of this fort is violence and becoming a necromancer tower. And we are pretty damn close to that. I just need necromancers to put in my tower. And then we've got a necro tower. Obsessed with details. Do you handle stress? You're remarkably flimsy, but that's fine. Oh yeah, you'll be fine. Basically peasants, new dwarves, and dwarves that fit go into the military. Greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments, and prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible and is quite polite. Yeah, you'll be fine. You're sometimes cruel. We've also got ourselves a Fey mood. Whoops, where are you? Dwarven child in a Fey mood. It's been a minute since we had a strange mood. Also, stuff's deciding now is a good time to collapse. It's inconvenient. Where are you headed? Clothier shop? Walked right past all the craft store shops. Oh, you're just going to these craft store shops? Yeah, you're just going to these craft store shops. Okay. Well, child's making an artifact. I guess we can follow this. What are you carrying? Silver bars. Ooh. I was a little bit worried it was going to be pewter. You know, it's actually kind of cool. My mom has these, they're kind of family heirlooms, but these beer mugs that she got from my grandmother, because my grandmother just sold her place and has been basically getting rid of everything that she owned, or large portions of it. And she has these British mugs made out of lead pewter. So they're lead and pewter, and they're pint mugs. They straight up look like something you would see in like a pirate ship. They're the most iconic looking mugs I've ever seen. Cheers, Belliner. Thanks, man. Trying to kill a few birds with one stone today. She becomes completely helpless in stressful situations. Well, you would be terrible in the job that I'm recruiting for, so... Thanks, Bastet. Did you stream today, Bellinair? I didn't see you online at all. I was looking for you when I woke up today. I didn't see you on. All right. Did I wow, I really used all of those coffins. Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I've got a secret video to work on, which I just got an email about, and it's killing me that I can't watch it until I'm not streaming. But all right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I was gonna say we have 4 squads raiding, but they just came back, so. Hope I have better materials to work with. I think so. The Dwarf Besmar made a poor plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Well, that sucks. But it looks like we are destroying them anyway. Brander, thanks for 20 bucks. That is a very buggy looking thing. Like there's, like it says that you cheered 2,000 bits, but I don't see the animations. Oh no, there they are. They just popped in. Thanks for the 20 bucks, man. Thanks for adding some time to that timer and taking the #1 spot away from audio. Cheers, dude. The between the timer and everything, it caps out at a maximum of 16 hours. We started with 4. So there will be a point where it stops going up, and that's because we've hit the 16 hours. So I did lose 1 dwarf. We're going to send them back out. We're just going to keep raiding this tower until I get what I need. But thanks for the 20 bucks. Cheers, dude. And thanks for helping keep this stream funded. You know, the reason I'm killing 2 birds with 1 stone today is I need to stream another... According to this right now, 19 hours before tomorrow. Or before the end of tomorrow. Although I think that that's wrong. I think it's actually 12. Including the 4 or the 5 hours that's on the clock. Thanks for the $2.50 audio. Including the 5 hours that's on the clock. So including the 5 hours on the clock, if I stream that, I need to do 12 tomorrow. Just to get the payment corrections. So we're killing 2 birds with 1 stone, basically. And the child has commenced a mysterious construction. Excited to see what they come up with. Goblins, in theory. That's a good name. Oh, shit, they're finally doing... They're finally carving fortifications! Hell yeah, so we get to see if there's demons behind that wall. I'm just going to send out the earthen corridors. Because the earthen corridors is a pretty solid squad. Okay, well there doesn't seem to be anything scary behind that. So I should just be able to... Sorry, what? Why is that set to marker only? It says, "Honey, I reviewed a game." Well, and how did that review go? Do you like Honey, I Joined a Cult? I've heard good things about that game, so that's one that I need to try. But I kind of want to wait for it to get developed a little bit more, because it's also an early access game. Are you going to review Dwarf Fortress when it comes out? It's a very real question. Oh, good. 100%. Be curious to see a Bellinair review of Dwarf Fortress. Shit's just on fire upstairs. I feel like all of my dwarves are gone. If you cheer 100 bits anonymously, it'll hype train it if that's what you're trying to do, Brander. It's fun out of 10. Fun out of 10! It's a very fun score, frankly. Got some more adamantine coming in. So you should mine that out and then immediately turn around and go for that. But you didn't. Instead, you mined that out and then you built that, and now you should go for that. No? A diorite earring and claims it in the name of a family ancestor, Catan, Sir Handles. Child, I'll humor you and read about your earring. The beloved controls are Megul. It's a diorite earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned diorite cabochons and encircled and decorated with rambutan wood and encircled with bands of silver and alpaca wool. This object menaces with spikes of clear garnet, lava wool, and conglomerate. On the item is an image of Osnun, Scorpion Walk to the Goblin, and Scorn Grotto, the giant cougar in sheep's bone. Scorn Grotto is striking down Osnun. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Osnun by the giant cougar Scorn Grotto in the North Jungle in 349. Hell yeah. See if anybody still needs to leave. Looks like they've all made it out. Cool. But thanks for all the bits, Brander, and audio. Where are you headed, Dwarf? Are you part of the squad that's supposed to be leaving? No, you're not. Okay. You're just really slow and weak. Noted. I feel like they really want to leave, but just haven't yet for some reason. Because there is nobody here trading. I think I'm just going to deconstruct this trade depot, which is going to make this look real ugly. But I'm just going to do it because I kind of want the traders to leave. How have I not found adamantine yet? How have we not found adamantine yet? We should have found adamantine by now. We're basically underneath that spire. There we go. There's the adatine. Dwarf. Finished making a bunch of copper mail shirts. So I need to peek through this stuff so that we know that we're safe. This is a very weird looking spire for right now. For the exact minute, like this is a very strange looking spire because it's so flat and long. I'm not used to seeing spires that look like this. Because their legs don't work. They're in pain and paralyzed, basically. Also still mining, working hard, but his second toe on his right foot is broken. Yep, okay. So his foot's hurt, basically. Can't walk. It's very sad. Is Dwarf with sore foot? Now, I could realistically probably just auto-mine all of this. Is Gates up and running again? Damn, Gates is. What a good dwarf. So individual tiles that are found by themselves with nothing surrounding them, I can just mine through without any concern. Like these should all be mineable along the top where that dwarf just mined. This one right here is also mineable. I can start shaving away bits and pieces. And then we can start extracting metal strands again. Like these four are all safe. Or they should be anyway. Unless I have no idea how this game works, which I think I do. I've always kind of wondered. Adamantine is such a rare, expensive material in Dwarf Fortress, right? Why is it so easy to mine? Like it must be super brittle in this format until they make it into wafers and then smith it into stuff. It's like it's a very brittle material until it gets dwarven engineering. Jed, do you guys think elves should have some sort of mithril equivalent? Like if dwarves have adamantine in Dwarf Fortress, should elves have some sort of OP equivalent? I was thinking about this recently. It was because someone was saying, well, isn't Dwarf Fortress just Tolkien? It's like, well, not really. And then I was trying to think about things that are in Tolkien stories that are not. Elves using poison would fit. As somebody who's lost too many dwarves to fucking those helmet snakes, I think is what they're called. Those snakes that live in the cavern layers that like to just bite your dwarf and then insta-kill them. As somebody who's lost a lot of dwarves to that, I don't know if I agree with this. Like a wood that, you know, doesn't make them get insta-gibbed. Just don't make it OP. That's really difficult in Dwarf Fortress, though. You tweak a couple of numbers and then suddenly something just explodes when you poke it. Hey, Epion, what's up? How's things? Well, this is what we have left. That could very much be a gate to hell. Hey, Wesselhelm. What's up? We are pretty close to the peak for the timer, to be completely honest. Is this news you're allowed to share or news you don't want to share? So if you want to share, feel free to share. Let's just get all this smooth. Cheers, Darren.
Crypt beer, crypt beer.
True. Yeah, that's also true. Dwarf. Absolutely. But Darren, thank you very much for the 18th month. Welcome back. All right, now we just need to wait for dwarves to come down here and smooth this stuff. Let's just give a few dwarves stone detailing, because apparently nobody has stone detailing. I think all of my stone detailers were in the military. Oh no. Yep, that is pretty fucking devastating. That is indeed pretty fucking devastating. I'm trying to think how to tactfully speak about this. But yeah, that's probably the best thing to say, is that is just fucking awful. So sorry, man. At least there's closure, you know? Was this person just missing for 3 weeks or something, or? Yeah. Is this somebody from the games industry, or was this just somebody who you knew? I feel like I've made all of my stone detailers into military dwarves. In fact, I'm pretty certain I have. Yeah, that's brutal. It's been a long time since I've lost anybody for that reason, thankfully. I wanted to disappear because the note was not direct. Yeah. I knew somebody a number of years ago, who lived over on Vancouver Island, who I was pretty close with. Pretty damn good friend. He was always he was always kind of an oddball. Yeah, he had like very strange hobbies. And he got married to his high school sweetheart. I want to say about 2013, 2012, around there. It was kind of an impromptu wedding. They didn't really tell anybody, and it was just like, "Yo, by the way, I'm married now." It was that kind of thing. Then in 2016, I want to say I was at a convention. I think I was at PAX. It was either PAX or TwitchCon. Those two always blur together in my brain. Because it was the first year I went to PAX and TwitchCon that year, and I can't remember. Wait, how the heck did they go that way? There must be a crossing there. Interesting. They've never gone that route before. But there was two. A bunch of like chatter popped up on social media that he was missing, and his ATV was gone. Rip PAX South. Did PAX South get canceled or something? Anyway, and his ATV was gone. So I was down in the States, so there wasn't much I could do. I mean, I wouldn't have been able to do much anyway, but it was just like this. I got invited to a Facebook conversation. There was like, I don't know, about 90 of us in there all trying to find him. They never did find him. But they found his burnt up ATV in the brush. Then about a year later, they found his body in the forests on Vancouver Island. There was a pretty concerted effort for people by people who knew him to go out into that forest and just look. They eventually found his body. He very much just drove himself off a cliff. PAX South has been officially disbanded. Huh. Met him at GDC 7 to 8 years ago. Interesting. JC Ricks. I don't know the name though. Fucking sucks to lose people that way. It's the worst way to lose people. The Dwarf Messmere Cherry Portal put forth a sound plan, but neither side had a positional advantage. In Lantern Boulder, we clashed with 10 Follies, slaying 8. And then we clashed with 14 Lance Moulton's Mistakes, slaying 7. And then we left. It's a weird route they took. All right, I'm going to just let them stay home for a bit. Yeah. We have a bridge in Vancouver called Lionsgate Bridge, which people have a habit of throwing themselves off of. But the problem with Lionsgate is it's not actually high enough to kill you 100% of the time. So usually what ends up happening with that bridge is people survive and wish they didn't. Which, in my opinion, is almost worse. But I don't know anybody who's tried to jump off of it. I know somebody who threatened to jump off of it. But I don't know anybody who's actually jumped off of it. But yeah, no, I understand. That shit's, like I said earlier, that's the worst way to lose people. It's the worst way to lose people. So, my condolences. Yeah, I haven't lost any family members to that. Not that I know of, anyway. The vast majority of people that I've lost in my life has been to car accidents. So it's just, I don't really know what to say, I guess. But feeling better at least a little bit today, Epion. Now it's time to just put memorials in everything, you know? Gotta remember people for what they were good for. Show must go on? Yeah. Yeah. The last time something like that really affected me was when Reckful passed away. That obliterated me. And I didn't even particularly like Reckful. There's just something, yeah, we're clear on this layer. I could just auto mine this. There's just something about somebody who does the exact same thing that you do for a living, taking their own life for reasons that are entirely relatable. It's just like, oh man, I can't even like think about this. I need to just go take a nap, which is kind of what I did, but. Still go back and watch Reckful's VODs every now and again. Literally, when I got the news that TB passed away, I was streaming, and I think it was Hobo who posted the link in my chat. He was just like, oh, and it was like a link to the tweet saying that he'd passed away. I literally just stopped what I was doing, stood up, walked to the fridge, grabbed the beer, came back, sat back down. Total biscuit, yeah. This guy. Neil, thanks for the host. Cheers, man. You're one of 2 channels that's hosting me now. Like, it's just, it's absolutely soul crushing to deal with that. But best thing that you can do once you lose somebody like that is just remember them the best way you can. Put memorials in everything that they would see you as respectful and move on. That's enough adamantine for a little bit. Got plenty of dwarves extracting metal strands now. Sounded like an earthquake just happened here. It's because my neighbors just flushed the toilet. All right. Braided Lancers. That's who we're gonna send. Good luck. How much does that spot have? 10,000. Okay, yeah. Not rating that. Not fighting with that because we won't win. Looking for books. Books. Ooh, Human Castle. Let's go raid a Human Castle. I did get to meet Total Biscuit once for about 20 seconds, though, but I don't know if that really counts as knowing him. It was just kind of a, oh, you're this person. Hi. You're an inspiration to my work. Okay. Moves on. It was kind of a dick. But, you know, honestly, frankly, I think I would be kind of a dick if you met me for like 10 seconds at a convention and I was busy. So I can understand that. Do I have another dwarf stuck in a tree? Is that where we're at? Nope. Kind of feels like it. Yeah, but I wasn't famous when you met me. Well, that's not totally true. It's about as famous as I am now, just for different reasons. Yeah, and I knew who you were, and you didn't know who I was, so that's easy, right? What's difficult is when someone knows who you are, but you don't want to associate with them, right? So you were showing a video game that I was interested in, and I kind of knew who you were. When I met Total Biscuit, it was in the back of the Warframe booth at TwitchCon, and I think it was TwitchCon. Yeah, TwitchCon. And he was not even remotely interested in talking to people. So it was a, hi! And then he was gone, kind of thing. I wasn't the only person saying hi, though. There was quite a few people saying, oh my god, it's TV. So it was definitely a fucking the media kind of thing. All right. Is there a dwarf stuck in a tree? Because it fucking feels like it. You know, I wonder about that with a lot of games. And I've been wondering about that a lot more since I posted that thread of Sword of the Stars, The Pit 2. Because I posted this thread of Sword of the Stars, The Pit 2, right? And the gist that I can get is the only people that bought it, for the first one, bought it because Total Biscuit made the video about it. And that's the only reason the people who bought it bought it. Like, I'm quite certain that the only reason that that first game was successful was TB's video. You always counted on a WTF is Jupiter Hell. I could make a video called that. I don't think it would do very well, though. And I'd maybe get yelled at. I've got too much respect for TB to do that. There is actually somebody who's trying to make a series called What the Fuck Is. Good luck. But you want to know that happened to me once, Bellinair. I went up to I was talking to the guys for Dual Universe, and one of the people working the booth looks at me and goes, "I know you from somewhere." And I said, "Oh, do you?" Well, I stream. And he goes, "You stream City Skylines?" At the time, I was streaming City Skylines quite a bit. I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Huh, I think I've seen a few of your streams." And then he looked at my card and goes, "Absolutely, yeah, no, I totally watch you all the time." But I think that's happened maybe once. Oh, the Undermine people knew who I was the last time I went to PAX West. The Undermine people, because like half of our team had streamed Undermine. So First 20 minutes in the options menu in Epion, I hate to break it to you, but Jupiter Hell doesn't have an FOV slider. You know, oddly enough, actually, I've been going back and listening to a bunch of old episodes of the Co-optional podcast recently. I was listening to this episode that didn't actually have TV on it. It was Jesse, Dodger, and Krendor. It was one of those episodes. Damn near made me fucking cry. I don't know why. Got weirdly emotional watching it. I think the main reason is the main reason watching that stuff makes me emotional is it's like, found our culprit. I found our fucking culprit. Which dwarf is this? I'm gonna put you into the Ashen Handles. All right, so that should fix the FPS issues. And then you just walked off. What? I've tried. It keeps growing back, Belliner. Stop caring about the options menu. I mean, Dusk has a FOV slider that goes from Pain, which is 20 FOV, all the way up to Cynical, which is 200 FOV. So, I mean, I think every game needs that FOV slider. Have I tried Magma? What do you think all this red shit is? And yes, I did. All of that. It's very inefficient at destroying trees, actually. This is the area that was most heavily burned. But no, chopping down the trees is the best way to destroy forests. What you pumping, Navy? What you pumping through that the pump stack? 58 Z levels though. That's not bad. Magma? Hell yeah. I keep on thinking this soundtrack's ended before it has. Good learning experience. The hardest part is getting all the materials right. Once you get all the materials right, it's a breeze. You'd be real bad in the military. You'd probably be good, but you're also not somebody I want in the military. What time of year is it? Early winter? All right. I need a few more masons. But glad to hear that you were able to get that very tall stack of lava up and running. I mean, honestly, these days when it comes to TB, I do actually kind of wonder how much longer his style of video would have lasted, though. Because I don't... Or if he would have had to change to something else. Because you don't really see... You don't really see a lot of... like first impressions videos doing super well these days. It's capped, so it can make me stream a maximum of 16 hours. Currently, I've streamed for 10 minutes under 7, and there's 4 hours and 52 minutes left on there. So that can go up to 16. If I go further than 16 hours, it just stops counting. Yes, except he always refused to accept tips from people. In fact, he turned bits on by mistake on Twitch and then was really mad that he couldn't turn them off. Like, I don't know if he would have had the biggest Patreon in the world, but he certainly would have had a pretty big Patreon if he made a Patreon. So that's how high I'm willing to let it rise. And if anybody wants to know how much things add, I'll screenshot this and put it into sub-only Discord. In the subscriber section of the Discord if people are actually curious. Was it? I thought that the adpocalypse had happened. Maybe I'm thinking of a different adpocalypse. Two of three, 44%. Oh my god. So it's still loading? Jeez, dude. It's a slow process. Big one was 2017. Was it? See, I thought the big one was 2014, because that's when Let's Plays died. Or rather, that's when the algorithm kicked in and like made Let's Plays like not matter. I don't know. I don't know. All I really know is that there's going to be an adpocalypse every 8 to 12 months for the rest of YouTube's existence. Just like once every 2 years, everybody's going to leave Twitch for a different platform and then come back 2 years later. It's just the circle of life, but for content creation. Quick to anger, ooh. Can handle stress. Time for you to go pick up equipment. What do you grabbed? Copper mail shirt, silver warhammer, nice. We went and did another fight, and they have returned. All right, we slipped into the lantern boulder undetected by the orbs of striking of an unknown civilization. We seem to have just stolen books. The Codex! That seems sketch. These are all just books that we're stealing. Which means we're finally at the point with that tower now where we can just steal stuff, which is good. All right, let's see what we got. Time spent with the tower. Not useful at all. Even though I accidentally just forbid it. Dwarf, a new approach. Concerns the creation of the tower. A book. It's a book about a book. Very common. 38-page essay entitled Elements of Mincot. It concerns the election of the dwarf necromancer Mincot to the position of ringleader of the West Tortoises in the early summer of 273. All right, somewhat self-indulgent. Noted. Maybe I'm confusing the adpocalypse with just the algorithm apocalypse. You know, those channels, all those Minecraft channels that just like randomly died, where you suddenly would just go to YouTube and like look up channels that used to have like, or that had 1.4 million subscribers or something, and then every single one of their videos gets like less than 1,000 views. It's all those channels, because that was 2017 or 2014 was when that happened. And then a lot of those were never able to get back in there. Hey, Murdered. That's a cool name. Just a cool name, though. No cool book. what we get? Concerning the Codex is a 15-page essay entitled Concerning the Codex, authored by Catan. It concerns the creations of the mysteries of the Tower by the dwarf necromancer Catan. The writing occasionally changes topic abruptly and descends into a rant in places. Not awful, but not very good either. First attempt at writing, maybe. What do you get? The Journey. Again, nothing super interesting. No secrets of life and death. What are we doing? Concerns the Tower. Another one just about the Tower. You know, I think being a necromancer is really fucking boring from the guess of this. Authored by Errol, unsearched, concerns the Tower Lantern Boulder. The writing contains some asides related to the author's preferences, and it shows a hint of tenderness. Overall, the prose is masterful. How many kills do you have now, Hammer? Oh my god. Quite a few. This dwarf is probably my star fighter right these days. You shot Hammer. Pizza time? I'll take a slice. I'm actually pretty hungry. I should go get myself some food. I mean, I have been streaming for 7 hours. And we have up to 11 hours on the clock, but you guys could add up to another 5 hours. I haven't even had a cup of coffee yet. I've been subsiding on tea. Birdgate is what we're going to go raid next. Which is a human castle. I'm going to go steal more books. Send them straight back out. What changed, Patchwork? Is it particular types of games or like a mindset shift? But yeah, no, today's kind of an exception to my normal rules of not doing as many long streams. All right. Let's do another one. Oh, that was fast. You're mentally off for the longest time? Yeah, that makes sense. So this was us attacking that human castle. Dwarf Besmar outmatched the human Jath with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Birdgate. You're fortunate to have more hobbies and interests than time, so the result is you're like half good at a lot of hobbies and interests instead of being very good at one or two specific ones, I would guess. But I have my depression makes me just incredibly illogically pissed off and sad at everything all the time. Yeah, I don't have any problem focusing with games, but easily agitated. I I had to get over the excessive drinking a while ago. Around the time alcohol stopped like just being fun, and it just started being a depressant instead of a way to blow off steam, I guess. Kind of stopped being that for me at a point. And when that happened, it was like, well, this is no longer fun. I do still love alcohol. I love the taste of alcohol. I like whiskey, I like vodka, I like beer. But the problem is there's a point with it where it stops being beneficial. And it just starts being a detractor. So the result is I just don't have any alcohol in my house anymore. like ever. Weed in abundance, but I have to be in an incredibly good mood to have alcohol in my house. Why is that still there? I mean, that's still reasonable. You could donate to that if you want. What command were you looking for, Jelly? I didn't realize I still had that command active. I don't believe I've ever made a donate command outside of charities. Is there a donation thing? There is a donation thing for keeping the stream going longer, but that's it. Bits work, subs work, and tips work. Yeah. For the timer extension thing up there, everything works. Well, coffee doesn't work. I don't think the crypto tips work. I haven't tried them. And Patreon would do nothing, but I can make them do something. Because I can manually add time. When's the next hype train? When 2 different people cheer a resub. And I'm just sitting here going, when's the next migrant wave? Because I need fucking migrants. I need more dwarves. Speaking of dwarves, how many 21 adamantine wafers, eh? For making yourself a frozen pizza? Yeah, I need to get my sandwich, which I made. It's almost dinner time, though, is the problem. Yep. That I actually want to stop. Up to there. You'd give me a slice or two? Aw, that's very kind of you. You woke up at 11 a.m.? I woke up at... Aw. Thanks for I have to, count those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I think that's 510? Why is it not popping up in my... There it is. 510 bits. I did count them right. Thanks for the $5.10. Cheers, Jelly. Thanks for adding some time onto the timer. And for resubbing. For a 35th month. Welcome back. I hope things have been good in your neck of the woods. Back up to 5 hours on the timer.
Six! The number of the beast! Sacrifice is going
What a
on
terrible
tonight.
cover. I mean, who would do that? That's just... It's just offensively bad. Ugh. Imagine having the Constitution to watch in shrines of... I mean, not really. Pretty busy, but decent. That's good. That's Hobo, for reference. I don't know if he's here right now. I think he's playing D&D, actually. Your ears bleed, see if it works. I mean, it's funny is the point, right? At least I think it's funny. My god. You wanna know what's even better is he's in a band. That's... Hobo, why you do this to us? It used to just be that song, and then the DMCA stuff happened, so we made do. Cheers, Anonymous, for gifting a subscription in the chat. Does that answer your question, Epion? Now! Not the singer? I think he plays bass? I don't actually know what Hobo does. And I don't know what you're talking about. Hobo has a wonderful singing voice. Thanks, audio. For $2 and Anonymous for gifting a sub. And everybody for the bits. Then the resub as well from Jelly. You know, it still kind of feels like yesterday. I know that's like the cheesy shit thing to say, but like, it still kind of feels like yesterday that I got a Twitch partner. I don't know. Doesn't feel like I've been a partner that long. Really doesn't. Yet here we are. It's been 3 years, just like that. But thank you very much, guys, for all the support and for adding all that time to the timer. I'm gonna go to that other soundtrack. Where is that one? That's the one I'm thinking for. That's the one I'm looking for. Still Minecraft. It's just got all of the Minecraft music from every Minecraft property instead of just like current gen Minecraft. You're pretty sure I'll hit the 16 hours? I'm pretty confident I will as well. I mean, I might even go overtime. I mean, my plan is to probably do another 2 hours of this and then Golden Krone Hotel. So. And then either replay Inside or there's another game I kind of want to play. Once I start to get too tired to play that. The Rag of Suns slipped into Lantern Boulder undetected. The Reigns of Terror searched Lantern Boulder. You know, when people type in GHK, if you sound it out, it just kind of sounds like they're choking. It's like, that's how I read it. Like, every time, that's how I read it. Oh no, we threw somebody in prison. Oh wait, never mind. That person's supposed to be in prison. That's fine. I mean, it still looks like somebody choking. Traditional FICOD concerns a career change from former prophet. From farmer to prophet. Oh, not from former prophet. From farmer to prophet of the Dwarf Necromancer FICOD Ivory Bridge. Portal ship in 173. You're not carrying a book. You are. Spent time with the tower. It concerns the tower, and it is masterful. Man, we are not having very good luck finding an evil book. I just want to find a book that concerns the secrets of life and death. That's all that I want. We haven't found it yet. Also, these don't all have fun through lines like the one with the mummy did. There was a mummy in one of the other towers. Lantern Boulder for students. Authored by Carol. Bite Boot. It concerns the authoring of the unabridged composition by the dwarf necromancer in the early autumn of 350. It is reasonably serious, and it contains some asides to the author's preferences, and it is masterful. Thanks for the 2 subs and the $13.76, chat. Cheers, guys. Can I get a round of beers for the little hype train? All right, well, time to send him back out again. And just thanks everybody for hanging out, watching the stream today. Maybe these necromancers are just cosplayers. Oh, god damn, we're raiding a bunch of weebs! I mean, maybe. But now you actually have to leave? Oh, no. Well, I actually have to keep streaming thanks to you guys, so I'll keep streaming. You have a good time leaving, and I'll keep streaming. That almost rhymed. I kind of like that. We'll see when we see you, Aqua. Cheers. Hoy. Man. Oh, I know why. I was like, why are those blocks not getting done? Because I never unsuspended the jobs. Ah! Oh, I was gonna say, why are you carrying a fish? It doesn't look like you're carrying a fish, but yes, you were indeed carrying a fish. Traditional FICOD. Oh, it came full circle. That's a new one, I think. Nope. Come on, guys. Time spent with the tower. Maybe we need to be raiding a different tower because, like, not finding anything of what we need. Stroke Dusher, a brief introduction. Written on the item is an introduction. It concerns the failed attempt by the dwarf necromancer Solzu Work Mirrors to corrupt the dwarf Muthcat. Well, must have been a frustrating time for that dwarf. Most of these dwarves are wearing what? Iron, 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 iron. Cool. Most of them are just fully decked out in iron. I'm just going to let them train for a bit. Because that's really what they need. They just need to train for a bit. Oh, fuck. I'm your liaison from the Mound Gnomes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward, and I come to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Do you have any dwarves to recommend for elevation? Antosid says. Well, I can scarcely believe the good news. Obviously, the person that I can recommend for elevation is myself, Tosid, named after our god of fortresses, Tosid, also nicknamed after my artifact that I made, named after myself. Toasted. There's much to share. Civil information has been added to the civilization and world info. And that's it. It's fine. This this trader was supposed to trade with us a long time ago. A long time ago. Toasted says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Which, quite frankly, is fantastic. I guess things were kind of just burning outside, so I'm sure that didn't help. All right, well, that means we will be getting another Baron in pretty short order here. So that's cool. That is pretty cool. I agree, Squug. I agree. All right, chat. Like Epion said, I'm going to probably be streaming for 16 hours today. I wouldn't bet. I wouldn't be surprised. So I'm going to quickly get up and put some food in me because I need some food in me. And I haven't eaten since early in the morning. And it is now... I've been streaming for 7 hours and 20 minutes. And I last ate about 8 hours ago. So I'm going to go get me my sandwich that I prepped. I'm not currently puppy sitting right now. I will leave the game running, but, you know, if the game... Well, actually, here, I'll give you guys a dwarf to follow. Let's follow Attis, who seems to be in a inactive squad? Huh. Anyway, you guys can follow Attis, who's gathering metal strands. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. If you guys extend the timer while I'm gone... that might be entertaining. Also, can I get a round of beers? And I think investments are open. Are they? Hold on. Yeah, they are. So feel free to invest your tickets. I will be back. Beer me. Oh, hell yeah. It doesn't look like anything's dead. Cool. I return. Hey, Volker. What's up? Looks like we stole more books. Hopefully some of them were fun. Hi. How's things? All right, so I need to punch some things into my phone. I made me a lazy man's grilled cheese. If you've never made a lazy man's grilled cheese, it's when you take 2 pieces of bread, put them in the toaster, make toast. And then when the toaster finishes, you then butter them. And then you put on a piece of cheese. You make it into a sandwich, or your cheese or whatever. You make it into a sandwich, and then you put it on a plate and you stick it in the microwave. You microwave it for 30 seconds until the cheese melts. It's basic. You get all the good parts out of a grilled cheese without like having to heat up a pan. And it takes like 2 minutes instead of like 10. So I made a lazy man's grilled cheese. Then it's not a grilled cheese. Then it's like a microwave cheese. Which sounds infinitely less appetizing. Yeet. Welcome back, Hobo. Welcome back. You have no microwave, no toaster. So I can understand living without a microwave, but how do you exist without a toaster? I don't believe I've ever lived in a house without a toaster. How do you make toast then? Do you put it on a pan and like heat it up? Now I'm like genuinely curious. Griddled? I mean, that's still grilled. A griddle is a grill. It's just a grill specifically for sandwiches. That's like you're splitting hairs at that point. Ah, yeah, okay, fair. See, my ex couldn't do that because I don't own any of my appliances. That's not true, actually. I do own the toaster. She could have theoretically taken the toaster, but she didn't have any interest in taking the toaster. But now that you're returning to normal living hours, you miss breakfasts. Breakfasts are good, although I'm like more the more I become an adult, because I'm not really an adult, but the more I become an adult and realize that I have to act like one, the more I've kind of decided that I don't actually like eating breakfast right when I wake up. Like, I much prefer waiting like an hour and a half to 2 hours before I eat breakfast. Like, I like getting up, and unless I need to eat breakfast right then and there, I like waiting a while. I don't know. I feel like it makes me feel better about everything. You know, I like the first time chats when you're already subbed. Regardless of whether or not, you know, it was gifted or not. But cheers, Marissa. What's up? I got the first time chat notifier from you, and it's just an emote. Coffee and cigarettes? Is it fair for me to say no comment? I mean, a Canadian breakfast is pancakes and weeds, so... Canadian breakfast is a dispensary around here. So... The thing is, though, you don't want a crappy toaster, though. You want a nice toaster. Because if you buy a crappy toaster, you're just going to burn your house down. That's the problem with crappy toasters. I think, honestly, my toaster gets more use than my oven. Like, I use the toaster at least once a day. At least once a day. Whereas I use the oven maybe 3 times a week. I use the stovetop every day. I probably use the stovetop about as much as I use the toaster. Also, while I was doing stuff, I started some tea steeping, and I forgot to bring it over. I mean, I'll probably still be on at this rate by the time you get back, Bastet. But thanks for reminding us all that you used to be rich. It's good to know. That is also a spoiler, yeah. That's a very real spoiler. So, when I was looking at apartments to move into, when I was homeless and trying to find a place to live, one of the places I looked at was in the parking lot with a really good breakfast place. But it was one of those really good breakfast places that's also like a subpar to okay diner that's also open 24/7, but they had a breakfast buffet that started at 3 o'clock in the morning. So their breakfast buffet was active from 3 a.m. until 11 a.m. And when I was working night shift and I was looking for places to live, that was one of the places that became a possibility. And I realized that if I lived in the parking lot with that diner, I would die. Also, the Forgotten Beast Anayu Aranelin has come. A gigantic hairy snail. It has thin wings of stretched skins and a bloated body. Its light brown hair is long and shaggy. Beware its webs. So that is hilarious, because over here is Datari, an enormous toad composed of flame. It has wings and it squirms in fidgets. Fidgets. Chat, place your bets. Who do you think is going to win? Snail or toad? Snail or toad, chat. Snail or toad. Also, flying snail. I mean, the toad's already got one kill, but we will see. It's gonna be really hard to follow this fight. Toad tips. Fiery toad tips. There's a ghost over there on the left. Woo! Caught fire. I think it's still burning. Huh. So this ghost is hovering around their body. My dwarves haven't found this dwarf yet. That is really sad. Did you know that Toady and 1 are both names that are possible for forgotten beasts to get? So it's just hiding in that hole. So you could actually have a forgotten beast toad named Toady 1. All right, so are they both just sitting there? And where's the other one? Oh, okay. Looks like the toad one. Yep, the toad one. The other one caught fire and the toad one. So rest in peace, Snail. So all of you who said Snail lost. That seems like an excellent video to watch. Squad. What show you gonna go watch, Patrick? And we'll see you when you get back, if you come back today. Otherwise, we'll see you on another day. Have any necromancers in the fort yet? Doesn't seem like it, so I'm going to assume that the answer is no. I'm just going to send everybody. Just go get all of the books. Well, you said you're going to watch a show and eat pizza. So what show are you going to watch while you eat pizza? Oh, you. Okay, right. Duh. Yep. I like that show. I've seen all of it. Good show. I've also seen all of the current season. Good show. I really like the writing in that show. This is one of my children who grew up. Ooh, dreams of mastering a skill. Has an incredibly calm demeanor after seeing a goblin's dead body. Gets a little trite after a while, but it's a good show. I don't know if it's... trying to figure out a way to describe that show. That show is, it's like watching Dexter if it was a rom-com. Yeah, it's like Dexter if it was a rom-com, basically. But those first 2 seasons are very good. Season 3 is a little eh, but season 3 gets a little eh, because it's like, you can tell that it was filmed during the pandemic. And they did a pretty good job hiding it. But there's a few spots where it just feels wrong. And there's a whole, like, yo, you should get vaccinated portion of it, which is very funny because they refuse to say the words COVID and COVID-19 in that show. So instead of saying COVID and COVID-19, it's a different virus that they have to get vaccinated about. And it's a whole thing. It's a dumb fucking bit, but go get your vaccines, kids. Why is that dwarf running so fast? Man, you are excited to get to battle. This is literally just an attempt for us to get a book with the secrets of life and death, and we haven't found one yet, which is absurd. Absolutely absurd. Dwarven Red Bull? Yeah, I think that's called sugar. One of my favorite, like, dumb little details in a video game is in Parkitect. If you crank up the amount of sugar that you put in the, that you put in the drinks, the people walk faster because they're sugar high. So while they're drinking the beverage, they walk faster. It's one of my favorite dumb Easter eggs in a video game. How you doing, Banana Unlimited? How's things? I mean, it'd be weird if you were doing some work for not work. Even if it's work for fun, it's still work. Oh, waiting for scripts to run? Seems legit. We are celebrating 3 years as a Twitch partner today. And I keep trying to pick up this toonie for some reason and then dropping it, and it makes loud noises, and I feel bad. There it is. I have this toonie on my desk. I haven't had coins in a while. $2 coin. Which is this? It's on my desk. It was in my pants, or in one of my pairs of jeans, and I don't remember putting it into my pair of jeans, but... So now it's just on my desk for some reason. Yeah, shocker, right? I also have legs, which is really weird. Not many streamers do, in fact. It's a little known fact on Twitch. When you sign the partner contract, they cut your legs off, which is why you only ever see the lower half of our torso. However, some higher-end Twitch partners in the top 0.1%, they get to renegotiate their contract, and if they renegotiate it correctly, they get their legs back. It's something I've been working towards for my entire career, and 3 years without legs now, and man, I don't know how I'm gonna last another 5. Also, this doesn't have much to do with anything, but Aliens Fireteam Elite is actually on sale for the first time. Renegotiate to have them take the other streamer's legs away instead of mine, yes. And also, Kel has gone into a Fey mood. It was an engraver. COVID has taught millions of people that pants really can be optional. Okay, so there's 2 things that I think is genuinely hilarious about COVID for me, Banana. Thing number 1 is everybody suddenly realized that working from home is really fucking lonely and depressing. It's the first thing that I found out. Or that a lot of people found out that I think is really funny. And then the second one is that you coop people up for a while and it's really hard to make friends. And also that pants are optional. Pants have always been optional. I mean, as somebody who's worked mostly from home for about 5 years now, pants are optional. Trust me, pants are optional. There's a reason I have 4 different pairs of pajama pants, and I live in them basically. I have more pairs of pajama pants than I do pants. Is that weird? I have 3 pairs of jeans, and that's it. And then I have 4 pairs of pajama pants. Yeah, 4 pairs of pajama pants. I also have 2 pairs of shorts, but I have more pajama pants than pants. Which means I'm screwed if I ever need to go anywhere for more than like 4 days. 2 weeks of pajamas. Don't have 2 weeks of pajamas. Well, unless you stretch them. Unless you wear them longer than you should. You know, it only just occurred to me that today is Saturday. It only just occurred to me that that's the day of the week it is today. Time has no fucking meaning. Well, looks like you're gonna find everything that you need. Oh, soldiers are back. How'd this one go? The question is, who led the attack? Besmar led the attack, and the defenders had a strong... Ah, fuck. The defenders had a strong positional advantage. But it looks like we just kind of stole stuff. As well as fought with stuff. Nothing seems to be going bad so far, though. Okay, well, now we're just looting stuff. Maybe they're finally all done. Long enough to see people's legs. Maybe before all the plexiglass stuff was put up. Now that's what I'm talking about. If there isn't a fun book in there, I don't know when there will be, or if there ever will be. So there's still a functioning tower here. We haven't killed it yet. I still have tons of books left, but I'm just going to let the dwarves come inside, put the books away. We'll figure out from there. $267 books. Read Shows Wayward. It's a good name for a book. Has no particularly subject, and it artfully indulges the author's fancies. Yeah, no, I guess 2 shocking things for the internet to learn is that streamers have legs and game developers have feelings. Some people think that that's weirdly shocking and strange. Nowhere in the health code, Florida specifically, does it say that pants are a requirement. So is it just like a cultural thing that we all wear pants? Also, that dwarf finally has everything that they need? Or do you think there's more to it than that? So what you're telling me is everybody, as long as everybody has a Manscaped sponsorship, we're good? Banana? Is that what you're telling me? There you go. See? Get just wear just shave everything and then you don't need to wear pants. Problem solved. Although I don't know about you, but as somebody who worked in kitchens for a while, I wouldn't want to stand within 10 meters of an oil vat with no pants on. So, you know. A streamer I used to watch moved out of his apartment with all of his roommates and got a place by himself. And when he did that, then you're not pantsless. Then you're just wearing short shorts. When he did that, he started making a list and checking it twice, obviously, because he was Santa. But he also made this list of things that were safe to cook while naked and things that were not safe to cook while naked. One of the first things on the not safe list was bacon. The second one was sausage. I think most breakfast foods are almost not safe to make while naked. Steaks are definitely not safe to make while naked, unfortunately. As great as steaks are. That sounds uncomfortable. What, a list of clothing that's safe to make while naked? Or the concept of making food while naked? Because I'll have you know, making pasta while naked's pretty safe. Assuming if you're making anything with a fried sauce, or assume if you're boiling sauce, then you just put a lid on it. You're good. 19-page essay entitled After the End. I already read this one. The dwarves. This is an interesting one. Written on the item is an essay entitled Choose the Dwarves, authored by Unib. It concerns the new obsession of the dwarf necromancer Unib, peasant toils with extending his own life, being too proud to give in to death in the early winter of the year 50. The writing is depressing. The prose is passable. Oh, Kevlar undies? Yeah, those do sound uncomfortable. Maybe they're like lined with something nice, you know? Underwear is one of the few things that I can justify spending a silly amount of money on just because I want stuff that's comfy. Damn it. And no cheap underwear is comfy, so. 136 page guide entitled Master the Tower by Errol Rocks Muted. It concerns the tower, and the writing has a very serious tone. Overall, the prose is masterful. Flamethrower and small piercing weapons can't stop you, but if you're only wearing Kevlar undies, what about the rest surrounding the undies? At that point, you may have problem. It's sort of like the anime armor or MMO armor fallacy of, well, I mean, the higher the level it is, the less like skin it covers. So at what point does your arm just get decapitated? Man, I still haven't found a Necromancer book. This is the most effort I've ever had to put into finding a Necromancer book, by the way. Normally, I just raid a tower and we get them first shot, or we get 12 of them. But we completely destroyed one tower, didn't find a single one. Everything has no particular subject, or is just not related. Or it just concerns the tower. Like, none of them seem to care. Like, I don't know, man. Another one. There we go. The Mysteries of the Mystery. It's a scroll by Zulban Sealmines. It concerns the learning of the secrets of life and death. Oh, never mind. The dwarf necromancer Zulban, from the teaching of the dwarf necromancer that. Dude, I absolutely just got fucking debated. God damn it. What am I waiting for, Banana? Way with the tower. It concerns the tower. It's a book about somebody teaching somebody else the secrets of life and death. Oh, this one's interesting. It's a 31-page essay entitled A World of Dwarves, authored by Unib, and it concerns a foot race by the Rag of Suns in Lancer Matched, part of the Mountainous Festival in the late summer of 43. The writing is fairly cheerful. Overall, the prose is passable. It's about our faction holding a foot race. Lovely. The Truth About the Dwarf, authored by Zulban. It concerns authoring of the first loss, then the world, by the necromancer Zulban. It's a book about a book. I mean, there was more pages than that, but yeah, pretty much. Banana. Man, we gotta go after those bastards again. Did you get anything? Just the tower? Nope. It's an essay entitled Before Creation, written by Unib. It concerns the creation of the tower and coming troubles in Lantern Boulder by the dwarf necromancer Unib in the mid-spring of 318. The writing is fairly cheerful and the prose is masterful. Give Me the Dwarf. It's a 29-page essay entitled Give Me the Dwarf, authored by Kodal Biteboot. It concerns the master-apprentice relationship of the dwarf necromancer Kodal Biteboot and the dwarf necromancer Kimil Moistness pages. In the midsummer of 273, the writing is reasonably serious and contains some asides. Welp. All right, well, let's go do that again. Sending everybody. I'm very disappointed. Get back out there, dwarves. Get back out there. I mean, it almost never is in Dwarfort. Another diorite earring. Kel, the engraver, has created Kakizigron, a diorite earring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Vakar Boulder Peaks. This is a diorite earring. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with yak bone and encircled with bands of rose-cut black pyropes and adamantine. Ooh. This object menaces with spikes of diorite, sandstone, and cassowary bone, copper and beak dog leather. On the item is an image of a kapok in diorite. That's why it's worth so much. Well, it depends on whether or not they intentionally seeked out the secrets of life and death or not. There's a few traits that can make them into or want to be necromancers. And usually necromancers, if they want to be necromancers, just go become necromancers. Or they accidentally read a book. Usually... Umom Cordam and the surrounding lands have been made a barony. Tosid. Tosid is the Baroness of Dark Cosmos and has been re-elected as mayor. Meaning we now have a Baroness again. Shoutouts to Tosid, the Baroness of Dark Cosmos. We'll give you all that stuff, and then your tomb. Well, we need to make you a tomb. Although I think this dwarf would want a tomb higher up that everybody can see. But yeah, a lot of things, a lot of, like, there's a lot of kidnappings and forced, like, conversions to religions and such in DF Legends if you go digging into them. There's a lot of that. There's definitely a lot of unwilling experiments as well. That's an emote I should have. Crypto. Although it should just be a Dogecoin emote. I'd say Crypt Blank is probably the closest one I have to something like that. The Baroness of Dark Cosmos. That's such a good name, Toasted. Outraged after sleeping in a very poor bedroom. Well, at least you have a better bedroom now. Big O is Dwarf surprised. You can't do that with Twitch emotes. So I wouldn't be able to do that at all. Is what it is. Would also screw up autocomplete too. So I wouldn't do that even if that was an option because I personally think that would be kind of obnoxious. We do have crypt blank though. I unfortunately don't quite have unlimited emote slots. I mean, I need like, realistically, I need a consistent 1,000 subscribers to be unlocking emotes. And that would be cool, but we are very far from that. In order for me to like unlock a few emote slots, we basically need like 2,000 subs. Otherwise, like, it's just never gonna happen. I think either we're just gonna gain all of those subscribers in a really short period of time, or it's just not gonna happen. Because realistically, I have 276 subscribers right now, because I just lost a bunch this morning, which is fair, because September was last month. And I don't expect to gain those back anytime soon. So, personally, I think it makes perfect sense. Also, my Baron is happy. Excellent. Yes. Tantrums can indeed break windows. That happens in Long Death all the time. I mean, you could also use glass walls, which dwarves can't break. Also, we have some new migrants, which is lovely. I need some more stoneworkers. So if you want them to be able to look out into the lava, do glass walls and then put windows behind it or on the other side of it. They can't see through glass windows, so like actually they can't even see through those. So at that point, like, you're just working with headcanon, right? And visual aesthetics. So at that point, you might as well just use glass walls. But for watchtowers, you're better off just using fortifications, because dwarves can see through those and liquids can pour through them. So you obviously don't want to use them for like lava stuff, but it's the last wrestler to leave, I think. Oh, nope, still got two. The Sacred Sweetness. What a name. What a name. But yeah, as with a lot of things in DF, a lot of things are just straight up headcanon. So just pick what you believe, and if you believe dwarves can see through a thing, they can see through it. And usually for me, I just kind of assume that the dwarves can see through the glass. Because if they can't see through the glass, then I don't know what the fuck to believe. What, you were hoping to change it up? Glass Industry is a lot of fun. I really like Glass Industries. It's a bit of a obnoxious loop initially, but they can see through windows. They can't see through glass walls, but they don't see light through windows. So like, if you have windows on the surface, it doesn't stop them from getting cave adapted. I've been streaming long enough. It's time to put the hair down. But they can see like scary creatures on the other side of windows and such. Although I don't know if windows are necessarily lava safe. I've never tried them. Never tried dousing windows in lava. I mean, glass is supposed to be lava safe? Yeah, but I never tried it with windows. That's the thing. Blocks, yes. Windows, I don't know about windows. I kind of like this ghost over here. Kind of like that ghost. Because it doesn't actually bother us. It just kind of hangs out. Like, this ghost is just hanging out right here. And it floats away. Oh, there it goes. It hasn't really started haunting the fort yet. I say that as it starts haunting the fort. I feel like it's just trying to tell us that it's dead, you know? I think we should give it a memorial. A proper memorial. A good memorial. All right, is anybody still trying to leave? Nope. All right, let's make some drinks. And simply wait for a little bit. Because now we're just waiting for the dwarves to come back. While also completing a whole bunch of different tasks. Making metal strands, making wafers, and all that. You know what I think is one of the funnier things that's happened since Inscription came out? So I get... As I've seen a lot of people stating that they just learned what a stoat was. I feel like I've always known what a stoat is. But so many people are just like, I just learned what a stoat is. And I find that very amusing. I just find that very funny. It's like suddenly everybody's just like, oh, I just learned what a stoat is. And I'm like, wait, how'd you not know what a stoat is? It's like, it's basically just like a big ferret. Quite literally, it's just a big ferret. They're like a weasel ferret thing. They're in the same family, but they're basically just a big ferret as a stoat. They also have a good name. Stoats are a good named creature, you know what I mean? It's just a satisfying, fun name to say, but I don't know, like I've seen them. Like they had them at the zoo that we had here. Sometimes I wonder if that zoo's still open. Although speaking of things being open, I learned recently that the aquarium is open again. I need to go. Oh, really? Well, that's cool. Hell yeah to that cat. I mean, that cat that I babysit sometimes, Darren, used to kill weasels when he was a bit younger. That's always impressive. When house cats can kill, like, rabbits and weasels and shit. Never stop impressing me. Thinking we give it another 30 minutes of this fort. What do you guys think, chat? Trying to get necromancers by then, but the dwarves have returned. Our chances of getting a necro book increases once again. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Well, we're just stealing a... Yep, we just searched. Looks like they don't have any population left then. I think we must have killed everybody. So we're just taking books now. Tower exposed, the tower explained, the tower exploited, the... Untitled. Dwarves in the age itself. Dwarves in the age of myth. I misread that. Untitled. I've stolen a few Untitles. Like a few Untitles. Well, that's nothing. Tower in the modern era. Nope. You know, I almost feel like we're not gonna find a book of life and death in this, like just at all in this fort. Musings. Nope. So do you have high hopes for Untitled, Joe? Nope. The tower, fact or fiction? It has to be that, does it though? Normally it's like something dying or something. Stealing a library one book at a time. Dude, I've got like 300 books. It's been a pretty good Saturday so far. Plentiful. All right, already looked at you. All right. Nope. The tower further musings. It is a clear evidence of a compassionate being, but not even remotely helpful. Man, becoming a necromancer would be so much easier if we could just, like, find the book. Nope. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Storage for students. Nope. I like to imagine that the storage for students books is just a dwarf teaching how to build very tight, cramped bedrooms. How to store students. The Dwarves Explained. Dwarves Explained, authored by Zulban. It concerns the start as a herbalist of the dwarf necromancer Zulban in 139. The writing indulges the author's every whim, and throughout it is ornate and refined. The prose is masterful. Written on the item is a chronicle entitled Dwarves in the Age of Myth, authored by Domas. Orbs Mine. It concerns the orbs of striking. Overall, the information is compiled masterfully. The work has 2 chapters. The first chapter covers the defeat of the Fellowship of Savages of the Pregnant Realm and the takeover of Glaze Shade by the Orbs of Striking in the mid-spring of 96. The second chapter covers the rise of the Cyclops Oneth. Twinkling takes the brass as the enemy of the Orbs of Striking in the early spring of 97. Interesting, but not helpful. Better tower. Still pretty bad tower. The Orbs of Striking is the human group that I'm at war with that are friends with necromancers. Or it's the human group, or one of the human groups that is under the Pregnant Realm. Titled The Dwarf for students, authored by Saigon. Nothing useful. Interpretation of the Modest Glade, authored by Domas. It concerns the Modest Glade. Overall, this is a great source of information. The work has 5 chapters. The first chapter covers the... Wow, there's a lot here. Man, I really hope that at some point we can just hot click straight into Legends from here with these. Because these books are super cool when they work. And this is an instance of them working. Id Rimrise concerns the hillocks of Golden Paddled. Stunningly self-indulgent. Course on the Tower, authored by Aiton. It concerns the tower. Great. How do we not have a book on life and death yet? That's a lot of tickets. Audio. Good win. Got it in on the last minute, too. Damn. Same Peter and Banana and Jimmy Tibby. Good wins, guys. Hornblende Pound Codex, a 7-page untitled letter authored by Unib. The work has no particular subject, and it is reasonably serious. That's our untitled. If they already are a necromancer, yeah. If they're already a necromancer, they could write a book of necromancy. But they have to be a necromancer to write a book of necromancy. There wouldn't be necromancers in the world if there wasn't. That or I need to find a slab. There's no way in hell someone hasn't written a book about it yet. Maybe Cobalt stole the slab. I'd be sort of surprised, but also very impressed if they did. There wouldn't be necromancers if there wasn't a book about it, though, at this point. Kobolds can't read, so nothing. I mean, in all honesty, kobolds would probably be better caretakers of those books than dwarves. Also, hey Zane, what's up? All right, let's go raid them again. The snail died, and the toad is still there. I don't really want to fight the toad because I'm more interested in trying to find these books, and I've lost my military like almost entirely twice today, so I'm kind of not super keen to have that happen again. So I'm reading this text that you guys are talking about, and I feel like I know what you're talking about, but I have no idea what it is. So what the heck are you guys on about? But I feel like I should know what you guys are on about, but I definitely do not. Oh, wait. Oh, you're gonna go fill your water skin. Well, tosh. Oh, hey, Peter. What's up? Whoa! Thanks for 20 bucks, Tango.
Get your streamant, grand sourire.
Back up above 5 hours. I think we were below 4 hours, although I wasn't staring at it, to be completely honest. So if that didn't move it up, let me know and I can fix it. It should have fixed it. Or it should have worked, rather. I think it did. But thanks for the $20. You bought Jupiter L. Ooh. We got one, boys. What's the upper limit? 16 hours total. We've done 8, and there's 5 on the timer. So we can get another 3 hours added. And then we've hit the upper limit. I don't know what I'm going to do beyond that. Because I can't reasonably stream more than 16 hours in a day due to health reasons. Some VR and burpees at the same time? Because I feel like doing burpees in VR would be very difficult. Alternating? All right. Well, have fun doing burpees and then being in VR and then doing burpees again. I'll still be on in an hour, as you can see. Yeah, I kind of miss the days when I could do 24-hour streams. I kind of really do miss those. I miss when I had the energy to be able to do that. And I haven't had the energy to be able to do that in a very long time. It's been a very long time since I've had the energy to do that. And I miss it. I miss having that level of consistent mental energy. But I think that's called getting old, yeah. I was very perplexed for a second. I thought I had a third were creature in the fort, and I was like, what? It's also been like 2 weeks. Well, happy belated birthday? Someone just knocked on my door. Hold on. That or someone dropped a marble upstairs. I'm not sure. So either someone just rolled some marbles down the stairs or someone just knocked on my door. I'm going to go check the door. Yeah, no. Someone definitely rolled a marble down the stairs. I don't know what the fuck that sound was, but it sounded like something hit the ceiling. I heard it happen again while I was standing. It was the weirdest sound I've heard in a while. But no. Actually just gonna dump everything that's in here. Just want to clean this stuff out. Also, I hope you're able to sleep well again, Zane. I hope that you're able to sleep well again soon. So we started the day off with 4 hours on the clock. And we're up to 8 hours and 25 minutes of stream. Now's about when I would be like looking to end stream normally. Which means, you know, well, past halfway done, I think. Cheers, everybody. We got basically 13 hours on the clock right now. Well, 13 and a half hours on the clock. So we can get like another few hours in there. That or I go to bed earlier. One of the two. Doesn't really matter to me. But yeah, I think we'll do another 30 minutes of this, or probably 15 minutes of this fort now. Couple more raids. Try and find a goddamn book. Probably fail horribly. And then from there, we're going to play some Golden Krone Hotel if that works for you guys. Well, I mean, I'm prepped to do 16, so if I had someone that I lived with who could take over, I would do uncapped subathons. That's the thing is I don't have anybody that could reasonably take over, right? If I had somebody who could just take over my stream for 6 hours and I could go take a nap, I would do uncapped subathons and stuff like that. But I don't have that. I live by myself, so. I wouldn't be streaming with the intention of potentially streaming this long if I couldn't do it. Well, it's GKH, not GHK. That would be Golden Hotel Krone. Well, first off, it's the price of a bag of chips. But it's this. It's a vampire roguelike. Damn good one, too. Very Castlevania-y, and it's literally $3. Probably like $2 if you're in the States. But in Canadian monies, it's about $3. Yeah. That's Golden Krone Hotel, GKH. It's a very Halloween-y game. It's vampires and stuff. I'll play that for like 3 hours, and then I'll decide what we'll do from there. From there, we have quite a few different options, I would say. Dwarves have returned. I love how they never quite take the same route twice. Yep, we just searched. We snuck in undetected. That's a lot of dwarves to sneak in undetected, actually. I hope we found a book. I mean, we found lots of books. I hope we found the book. Someone really likes storage. It's like dreams of storage. First the compositions, since parting. The crescent and nothing. Unknown genius. It's a weird route for you guys to take. Oh, man. I was storing The Secret. I saw the words The Secret, and I got really excited for half a second. Unknown Genius! Authored by Flycott, it concerns the creation of the nuanced mountain halls. You can understand this fascination? I mean, maybe they're just like dwarves that are way into cable management. It's like, I could get that. It's like storage management and stockpile management instead of cable management. Hi, Awake. Hope you slept well. I do not dream of boxes because I've never been much of a Metal Gear person. Maybe if I played Metal Gear, I'd dream of boxes. I do sometimes have weird flashbacks of that girl who called herself Boxy on the internet, but... There we go. Expiration in practice. Or they just watched Marie Kondo on Netflix. True, but that's pretty 2019, so I don't know. Did they ever make another season of that? Because that was a great show. I would, like, honestly, I would watch, like, a weekly reality show of Marie Kondo. Just cleaning up people's houses every week for the rest of my life. I would, no complaints, just sit down and watch that. Did they? Awesome. I need to look that up. I know what I'm doing this week. Hey, watching from work. But we found it, finally. Prose is masterful. Would spark joy. Careful the way you say the words spark joy, because that is a copyrighted catchphrase. They could sue you for saying that in the wrong context. All right, so we found a book, which means we can just let the dwarves relax for a little bit. Let a few people get to reading. Am I serious? Yeah, no, spark joy is her trademark, which is genuinely hilarious. No, I don't think they could DMCA me for saying it, but like, if you write it on a blog, they might come after you. Basically, if you say spark joy, you have to credit Marie Kondo. That's not how DMCA's work, though. This information is not spark joy. I mean, it's like trying to think of another catchphrase that's like, yeah, it's a copyrighted catchphrase. Inspires happy. Yeah, there you go. That's my no-name brand spark joy. So now we just need a dwarf to read a book. Mary Condor. Mary Condor's book of inspires happy. But would that be like the hoarding book? Bazinga? Yeah, Bazinga is a copyrighted catchphrase. That's a copyrighted catchphrase. That's another thing that you can get in trouble for saying Bazinga in the wrong context without shouting out, the TV show on America's most watched network, the Breaking Bad theory, right? I think that's what it's called. I think that's the name of it. Pretty sure that's it. Nailed it, right? More like bad theory. I mean, it's a broken bad theory. That much is true. You know, unironically, I loved the first season of Big Bang Theory. Like, genuinely, I loved that first season. That first season was hilarious. And then everything beyond that was just... You know what's sad? Is this dwarf's clothing hasn't fully rotted off its body yet. We'll let him out, though. We'll let him out at some point. Once we're mostly undead, we will let the vampire out. Maria Condiments cash. Electrocute Euphoria. Sure. Sure. let's see if we can... So what I'm going to do is I know what book it is, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Yay, I do have a pedestal. Perfect. You know what, actually, let's just see who reads it first. Although, Toasted, where are you? You're leading an engraving demonstration. You're gonna go be a scholar after you're done this engraving demonstration. I'm pretty sure you're teaching to a goose and one other dwarf, who's also a scholar. You know, everybody talks about the X-Men, but no one ever talks about the Y-Men. I could, but that would be effort. Although dwarves only read books once. So because they only read books once, they in theory should, unless I'm copying the books, which I'm not, they in theory should just go read the books that they haven't read before. I do not know the answer to that question. So theoretically, they should just flock to the books that they haven't read before. Theoretically. She only sold one copy. You know, the world would be a better place if J.K. Rowling was poor. She could still be well off, just if she had less money and fame. Hell yeah! I mean, it's only $2. So. I know she was poor before. You're not wrong. It did work out well for that one copy that the Wu-Tang Clan sold. Didn't that get sold to like the head of one of the worst people on the planet? So I seem to remember reading about that. Reading a little bit about that guy, and he's just an absolute dickwad. Also, apparently there's a Wu-Tang Clan game in development. It's a open world action RPG. Also, I'm in. Yeah, Martin Shkreli, that fucking dweeb. Yeah, Pharma Bro. That's a good way to refer to him, I suppose. Make helms. Utter waste of life, that one? Mm-hmm. Yep. You know, you can't spell Shkreli without Shrek. Well, that's not even an insult. It's more just an observation. Shrek's a better person than Martin Shkreli, so. Speaking of bad people, you guys see like the shit that the vocalist of Smash Mouth has been getting up to recently? Getting really drunk on stage and screaming white power? So, apparently he still has a job somehow. Welcome back, Orange. We still going. Didn't he get fired? You can't fire somebody when you're the only original member of the band left. Oh, did he actually retire? Well, that's new. Well, that's news to me then. I mean, let's be honest. He should have left the band a long time ago. Like, you know what's really sad is go watch like music videos of Smash Mouth when they were new, and then watch music video like performances of them 10 years later, and then watch that video. That like like ramp of just like accelerating old. It is, I've never seen someone age so much in such a short period of time. It's like it's only like 20 years. But he goes from being like, you know, like a mid-30s looking dude to like gone. Drugs is a hell of a thing. They really did. They really did. The vocalist of Smash Mouth apparently retired because he got really drunk on stage and said dumb shit. Yep. Yep. Banana. Yeah, you're not wrong. The years do start coming and they don't stop coming. That's the one thing that Smash Mouth has taught us is, in fact, they do not stop coming. Just remember, they once said that they were the Beatles of pop punk. I'm pretty sure that was Sum 41. Because he took too much Viagra. And he ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. Both probably reasons. Oh, very dark places. Very dark places. Oh, she puts her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead? Orange? The thing that upsets me about this shit is we all know all the lyrics, right? That's the actual fucked up thing. Actually, I'm trying to think. If I were to think of a band as like the Beatles of pop punk, all of the super influential bands I don't like anymore. It's like Green Day? Nah. I mean, Green Day had their Green Day, but that Green Day's long past. Long past. You're not wrong. Also, they were in the intro to Shrek. And let's be honest, we've all seen Shrek probably more than once. I think Who's the Beatles of country rock? I don't like country rock, so I couldn't tell you. My Chemical Romance? That's not pop punk, my dude. So this upcoming show in December is Weezer. Next season, we're going to do Linkin Park versus System of a Down. What are you even talking about? MCR is just 12-year-old girl music. I don't even know how to classify it. Oh, that's the stuff that you're covering. Gotcha. Okay, I was like very perplexed for a second. I'm like, are you talking about a show that you're going to? Or are you talking about a show that you are performing in? Okay. You know what you should do? You should play Linkin Park songs, but with System of a Down lyrics, and System of a Down songs with Linkin Park lyrics. I'm just saying. Like, you should be a mashup band. You know what's ironic is that's the album I still like. I still like Dookie, and I still like American Idiot. I still sit down and listen to American Idiot. You know, Wham! Slayer mashups are pretty good. They are pretty good. Have any necromancers yet? Nope. The dwarves haven't had a chance to take a break yet. American Idiot is genuinely a work of art. Like, I genuinely like American Idiot. That is a wonderful album. Just like I like Sum 41's Does This Look Infected? It's like, are they great albums? In the grand scheme of things, no. Lyrics-wise, I would say American Idiot's still a good album. But, like, I don't know. They were just right place, right time for me, personally, so. And I can like be totally fine liking things that were just right place, right time. Yes, this is true. You know, almost a better example of getting slammed and being fodder is Pussy Riot. Pussy Riot actually got slammed. I mean, I guess I could understand that. I just really, really, really like Nirvana, so. Also, that's the worst part of this entire soundtrack, so I'm skipping that one. You know, a band that's more relevant than American Idiot and also generally writes better music with every single thing they do? Bad Religion. Bad Religion is one of the most consistently relevant bands I've ever listened to. They're maybe not the Beatles of pop punk, but they're definitely the Beatles of punk. How is okay? If the people that you know haven't heard of Bad Religion, you need better friends. BRB while I go grab my copy of Generator on LP over on the shelf over there. I own that album specifically because of Atomic Garden. It's such a fucking good song. Alien Ant Farm, I'm to this day always shocked that they still tour. I almost went to go see them, actually. Before pandemic times, but I ended up not. And no, they're not the Elvis of pop. They're maybe the Smash Mouth of cover bands. Anybody remember the band Saliva? It's always one that I like to throw out randomly. We're too busy chugging Green Day. I mean, Michael Jackson is the Michael Jackson of Michael Jackson, so. As weird and creepy as he got towards his later years, like. Dude's music's pretty great. What, like Smooth Criminal? I mean, I guess. I guess if you're going by that logic, I guess so, but I just don't want to give Alien Ant Farm any credit for anything, ever. Like, outside of the fact that they can write a good riff and then license it to American Pie. Like, they're the American Pie theme band, and that's it. They shouldn't be given any credit for anything else. I mean, the Alien Ant Farm version of Smooth Criminal is not as good as Michael Jackson's version, but still kind of slaps. Slow down? Why would you want me to do that? Okay, so here's like the actual. Okay, here's a very important question, chat. While we're talking about pop punk, does Stacy's mom have it going on? Like, it's an important question that needs to be asked. And did they ever write any other songs? Because I don't think I've ever heard one. Because I heard that song yesterday. Because I went to a beer tasting yesterday or to a craft brewery yesterday with a friend, and they were playing that song when we walked in. I just looked over at him and I'm like, yeah, Stacy's, and he just goes, Stacy's mom still got it going on. Scotty doesn't know. I mean, don't tell Scotty. Whatever you do, just Scotty doesn't know. I'm mad that I know that. Fuck you. Also, yes, Scotty doesn't know. There we go. That was Fountains of Wayne, yeah. Did Fountains of Wayne do anything else notable? Whoop, we've got another dwarf withdrawing from society. It's like the quiet before the storm right now. Don't tell Scotty. That's the only good part of that fucking movie. Like, to be totally fair, that song, that music sequence is the only good part of that fucking movie. This chat's reviving an era? I don't know, man. I really need to rewatch the original American Pie. Claims a clother's shop. Ooh. Grab some cloth. I have no idea, Stone. I have no idea, Stoned. I've read that sentence twice and I have no idea what you're talking about, Zane. Jukebox Hero, that's a good song though. Jukebox Hero is just a good song. You know what's another song I heard the other day? 1985 by Bowling for Soup. Because that's also just a really good song. I don't see a single necromancer yet. Why hasn't anybody read the book? I'm just like completely blanking on, wasn't that Owl City, Zane? Or am I like completely off base with that? Huh. All right. Also, didn't like Owl City go and become like this Christian touring artist now or something? I just remember seeing this video of Owl City just standing on stage and thanking everybody and thanking God for his career. It's like, huh? What? Why did you know what this sounds like, Banana? This sounds like the title of a YouTube video with 5 million views. Why did Owl City erupt out of nowhere and then vanish? Questions in the reality of Owl City. Plonk. It's like all those video essays that are just like, what really happened to Wham? And where did Smashing Pumpkins go? And when did Avenged Sevenfold put out their last album? I'm trying to think of other. Anybody here ever listen to Mariana's Trench, the band? Because that's a local guilty pleasure of mine. No, absolutely, Banana. Absolutely. You gotta love that efficient monetization. I mean, why even bother monetizing if you're not monetizing with the maximum efficiency? Why even bother? That's bones and wood. Oh, I'm out of charcoal. I've never really gotten into fireflies. I mean, Gautier I do actually like. I still listen to Gautier's stuff. But I don't know about you. If I was in a position like a lot of those singers and songwriters where I had one single hit that made a bajillion dollars, I would probably just like recede into a cave and just write weird music for the rest of my life that no one would ever listen to. Because I'd just be funded forever, you know? Oh no! The ghost finally beat somebody up. Well, crap. Guess we should memorialize your memory. Yeah, but it wasn't as big as somebody that I used to know. Which is still a good song. You hated somebody that you used to know? Really? I loved that song. This dwarf got beaten up by a ghost. Her right eyelid is cut open. Ugh. Oh, that's disturbing. I'm upset just knowing that exists, Sane. Maybe you do. I buy albums. Although, if anybody's curious about what I've been listening to, I've been listening to this. If this will ever load. There it is. This thing. I've been listening to this a whole lot. A whole lot. It's a very good album. It's on YouTube if you want to find it. Buying the download is ridiculously expensive, though, because I want you to buy the physical things. Yep. The Tibetan Miracle Seeds. Inca Missiles. So fucking good. And like I said, it's all on YouTube. There we go. Ghostly Planter has been put to rest. We got 307 books in the library. That sounds vaguely familiar, but not really the sort of thing I would go up to look up. Do they have a second Bandcamp for digital? Gotcha. That's a weird way to do it. I wonder why they do it through two different Bandcamps. Like The Who? The Who's the big band from that area, but yeah. There's quite a few good ones. If you do a little bit of digging. Huh. Well, I mean, the more you know, I guess. Same. Oh, it's their specific one instead of the records one. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. They also put out a lot of music, too. Literally nobody's been reading books in this fort, and it's kind of unfortunate. All right, let's just remove dump on all this. 'Cause I don't want to see it. 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 'Cause I don't Let's close that. Just bring the dwarves inside. Probably, yeah. Orange, probably. I really just want to drown some dwarves. And in order to drown some dwarves, I require my dwarves to read some books. So go read some books, dwarves, so that I can drown you. Did you end up liking that band, by the way, Orange? Because I remember I sent it to you the other night. Everyone's first concert? Some Christian band that you shouldn't have ever heard of. Then Avenged Sevenfold. Bless the Fall. And... Fuck, what was the other band? Atreyu! Yeah, Atreyu. That was the other band. That was probably my first concert. Then I went to a bunch of other smaller bands, and then my next big concert was Slipknot. And after Slipknot, which was in 2014, I went to, on average, holy shitballs. Hi, Phineas, long time no see. How you been, man? That might just max it out. I wasn't looking at it, but certainly jumped up a bunch. My dude. It's good to see you too, Dr. Phineas. Glad to hear you've been well. Thanks for the 26 bomb. It's a lot of subs. 16 hours? I think there can still be some more added. I mean, we're at 9 hours right now, and there's 5:48 on the clock, so that's 14 hours. So another 2 hours can still be added. Another 2 hours can still be added. But we're currently pretty close. No, you're not, Orange. I don't want to, like, you know, like, cock block you or anything, but no, you're not. Fultig, the craft store has created Uvilki's Arust Num, a pigtail rope, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Led Worked Rough. But it's okay. You can pretend. We'll permit you to pretend, Orange. This is a pigtail rope. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of cedar and cave crocodile bone, cashew wood, and guava wood. It is made from pigtail cloth, and the thread is midnight blue with dimpled dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pigtail and menaces with spikes of sulfurite. On the item is an image of Zaphron. Labor stirred the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Zaphron is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Zaphron. Labor stirred to the position of king of the Rag of Suns in 399. On the item is an image of a citron tree in sulfurite. On the item is an image of the unswerving razor, a raw adamantine crown, and britillite. What a nice wall of beers. It is a lot of beers, sir. It is indeed a lot of beers. But thank you very much for the 26 subs. Cheers, Phineas. You know, what's kind of funny is I saw the notification pop up before it happened in the chat, so I had like a 30-second warning. Someone should hype train that, though. Like, come on. We're still bringing other books in that we lost. Trees are beginning to be fell. You've been with too many gold diggers. I mean, there's a reason I can't afford most cute girls. Thanks for the penny, Orange. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Dr. Phineas being crazy? And you were like, fair enough. Yeah, that is fair enough. Well, thank you for doing the full 26. Cheers. And there you go. I'm curious what level it's going to jump to. Ah, the wonderful voice of Stoned Hobo. Glorious, and a tree just collapsed on the surface. Why? How? Your finger's broken. Oh no. You might die. But Orange, thanks for the $2.44 and Epion with the $6.66. The beautiful voice of Stoned Hobo. It's great. It's wonderful. Should put that on tape. I can't wait for the full album, Hobo, frankly. The K-Mac of metal vocals. That's immediately top level. I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that we'll probably hit the hard cap by the end of this. This is so obnoxious, you love it? Just don't tell Epion about the 90 bits sound. Because then you'll truly be running in the 90s. Dwarf's Crest question. Alright, where the fuck is that book? But yes, it is pretty obnoxious, and yes, it is pretty good. I've still lost so many dwarves today. It's actually kind of ridiculous how many dwarves we've lost in this fort. It's kind of ridiculous how many dwarves we've lost in this fort. But yeah, I'd say it's pretty safe to say that we'll probably be doing that full 16 hours. Deja vu? I've been in this place before. That's probably my favorite one, if I'm being honest.
Bring out your dead!
I mean, we have to resurrect the dead, so we will have to actually bring out the dead at some point. Yep, that too. Thanks for all the bits, guys. Thanks for all the gifted subs, and thanks for all the stuff. You guys have been very kind to me. You know, whenever I start these big streams, Stoned Hobo with that big ass win. Hell yeah. Whenever I start these like kind of marathon streams, I always kind of just expect the timer to just like run out. And then I'll just like quietly go to bed early. So I've definitely done a couple of like marathons in the past where like we don't even come close to hitting any of the goals and it just kind of quietly ends. These necromancers love to write about no particular subject. They really, really do love to write about them. Oh shit, some migrants. Hell yeah. That's what we need. Some migrants. She tries everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress. Well, how about, in that case, I make you into a scholar. Need a few more of those anyway. Doesn't really think before acting, so you join the military because you didn't think before acting. Well, thanks for the hype train and for adding more time onto the timer, chat. My next charity event will not be like that? Well, next charity event I will directly be taking part in will be on my birthday, but there's going to be one in November that I will be helping with. I just won't be streaming as part of it. I will be streaming around the edge, and I'll probably help them raise money, but I'm not going to be directly taking part, which is the hot potato charity. Because I no offense, but I really just don't want to play RimWorld. Like that's literally like the long and the short of it is I just don't want to play RimWorld. And because it's a RimWorld marathon, in order to take part, you kind of have to play RimWorld. We're bringing all those books inside. The mountain hall's my only mistake. But, I mean, I will be helping with that in November. And me and Evil Trick need to figure stuff out, but there might be a intro show featuring me and some other people. Assuming we can make that work. I mean, it's not RimWorld. Has anybody left a review on Jupiter Hell that's positive that says not RimWorld yet? RimWorld's daddy. That's gonna be my review of Dwarf Fortress. I just got sent key to a game that looks terrible. Read Pond Grabber Parchment Scroll. Dwarves are all coming to read books, meaning it is that time. And we've stolen a lot of books. I'm actually curious about that Pond Grabber Parchment Scroll. Would be not Doom RL? I don't know about that. I'm trying to think what would be Jupiter Hell's version of that. It might just be no meta progression thumbs up, actually. Would be the version of that I would give it. Just be no meta progression. Although my review of Jupiter Hell is still just I liked it enough that I made a movie. Alright, the dwarves are all reading books. It begins. They've just got a lot of reading to do. I kind of want to end today with making my entire army into a bunch of zombies, so. In order to do this, I need a necromancer. Or two. What was the name of that book? Does anybody remember? The one with the sneaky secrets of life and death? Not that I would know. Yeah. After you rack up like 1,000 hours. I really want to just get the Steam version of DF added to my library so I can just idle. Just let it sit and idle. For like months and months and months and months. Just so that I can be that guy who's like, it's tight. 12,000 hours. That's what you do. Cheater. These dwarves are all going to be experts of this tower. All right, let's go raid some gubbins. How about these guys? Just raise, openly attack. Send 4 of my 5 squads. Good luck, dwarves. Go raise it. Raise it to the fucking ground. It's okay. I've had reviews like that for on games before. I had one on Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 when I hit 1,000 hours in that game that just said help, which was the most upvoted review on that game for a while. Just help. I'm stuck and I can't get out. I need assistance. Please offer assistance. Not great, not terrible, some good, some bad. Tomato, tomato, potato, potato. Site 6 out of 10. 12,000 hours. This is better than the free version. Could also just be. I'm actually very much looking forward to reading negative reviews for Dwarf Fort. That's actually something that I'm super looking forward to with the Steam version of DF is reading negative reviews. And seeing if I agree with them. I'm very much looking forward to that. Maybe more than I should be. Oh, there will be. There absolutely will be. 0 questions asked. There will be. Dude, Caves of Cud gets negative reviews. You're also forgetting that Dwarf Fortress just straight up has a lot of furries in it. There will be negative reviews. There absolutely will be negative reviews. Someone's gonna sell wood to an elf. There's also same-sex couples in DF, which is gonna be way more obvious when you can see the icons, or rather, it's gonna be more obvious to the less astute player. And same-sex couples are pretty frequent too. So yeah, no, there's definitely gonna be some. Why are the politics in my video game, people? Like BattleTech getting all those negative reviews because you could set your gender to whatever you want. Like the gender was just an empty field that you typed in. Tactical plan. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. Good stuff. It will shock more happiness from watching streamers. Yeah. Yeah, I tend to agree. I just hope that a lot of people like it. That's my biggest hope, is I just want a lot of people to like it. Doesn't have a dick size slider? I mean, probably could. Actually. But it does have a world size slider, and isn't that basically the same thing? Just looking for ends. I really want to, actually, now I'm wondering. I wonder what necromancers are going to look like in the Steam version. Because I don't believe we've seen necromancers yet. Like, how are they going to be distinct? Yes, that too. Calclarf. That too. I mean, that's already people's problems with this game. Like, it's pretty frequent people pop into my chat and ask for things to do. I usually just direct them towards the wiki page of things to do. Kinda? I mean, dwarves have varying heights and weights and sizes. So, yes. Is it immediately obvious? No. But it does support it. Well, I mean, broad chin, her hair is dry, her short hair is neatly combed, her eyebrows are quite sparse, her hair is auburn, her skin, I mean, like, but they can have, like, I don't know. There's a lot of people who play Project Zomboid. But Project Zomboid, I was going to say death is inevitable, and I guess death is inevitable in Dwarf War 2. I don't know. I would actually say there's a lot of people who play CDDA, because that's a closer comparison when it comes to the type of person you have to be to enjoy Dwarf War. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, dwarves can get gelded. What more do you need? When it comes to dumb things, the slider should be a day one workshop mod. FOV slider should be a day one workshop mod. But then again, I think every game should have an FOV slider. Dwarves are reading books. I'm really curious about who the first necromancer is going to be. Naturally, Zane. Just adds a fish islands effect. Yeah, well. Zorg needs an FOV slider? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, Zork. I was going to say, what the fuck is a Zorg? Actually, that's the one thing that Jupiter Hell has taught me is, holy fuck, a lot of people don't know what Zork is. Like, good lord, a lot of people don't know what Zork is. Because, like, the number of times I got the "you're likely to be eaten by a Gru" event in Jupiter Hell, and then someone's like, Gru is in the guy from Despicable Me? No! You don't understand! Fucking children! I mean, to be fair, they're not wrong. That is the name of the guy from Despicable Me, but it's disgusting. So I'm going to do a thing that's kind of cheating. Not really. So I'm making another zone down here, and I'm going to add it to the library. So now they can take books down here. Yeah. So there's more space for them to read. It really is. This isn't Long Death, though. It's Maxi. This is Reigns of Terror. This is my Halloween fort. This fort finishes tomorrow. I'm trying to get necromancers. I have the book. I'm just waiting for somebody to read it. You can't tell what's going on? Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Step 3, name it Grue. Grue. I'll have you know. You uncultured Mandarin orange. I was trying to call you small and that came out bad. Hunt the Wumpus kind of guy. It doesn't help that Discord named their mascot Wumpus. I don't know, but you walk into the darkness and you do get eaten by one banana. We almost have a fruit salad here. I just realized this. We got a banana, an orange. We just need an apple. Maybe some pineapple. Grapefruit. Grapefruit's like just an S+ tier orange. It's just an orange that graduated to the next level. Seduced Depressed is the name of the place that this book is about. Seduced Depressed. Sounds like me in bed. That's concerning. What's up, Armor? How are you? Also, yes, lol. I thought it said Suicide Pressed at first. No, it's Seduced Depressed. Well. Rip. Sounds like you on a glass table. Conspicuously above a camera. Yeah. You know, I've never worried about it. And I also never thought about it until you mentioned it just now. Wait, so is Banana the one duct taped to the wall above the bunk bed during the LAN party? Or duct taped to the ceiling? Oh, no, Banana is art. I get it. Okay. Nope, sure. Yep, I get it. My favorite part about the art was the part where the guy ate the banana. That was one of the better things to happen last year. This guy taped a banana to the wall, and it's art. Do not question the art. Guy eats the banana taped to the wall. You ate my art! But me eating your banana was the art. You're generally used for scale? The question is, are you a large banana or a small banana? Because I'm pretty sure this is either a very large graphics card or a really small banana. Why not both? I'm just saying. Still no necros. I don't know, but I'm not gonna draw the rest of the fucking graphics card. Giggity. Orange. The Dwarf Without Limits. No, I'm not gonna draw the rest of the fucking owl. You draw the rest of the fucking owl. Jeez. Doubts about the notes. I have doubts about the notes. Alright, so it's only a matter of time before one of these dwarves pops up as a necromancer. Well, I mean, that whole Star Trek episode where those aliens on the planet talk in metaphor, they're literally speaking in memes. That whole episode is about memes. Appion. Oh, it is quite the hoot. Armor, how you been? I hope you've been well. I'm like shocked about how awake I am. That's the weirdest part about this so far. Outsource the rest of the fucking owl. True. Hire a better artist. Step 1, draw a circle. Step 2, hire a better artist. Step 3, owl. All right, well, that's a lot of beak dogs. Let's eat a lot of beak dogs. And let's go raid that tower again. Just with the ace squad, though. I think they just wrote too many books at that tower. Is the actual issue. Sunsets on dots? Authored by Zulban. It has no particular subject. Wonderful. Step 5 Prophet. Native. Yeah, I don't know if that's a hot take, Epion. I think it's more of just like a fact and inevitability. It's just like currently we are moving back into the era of hieroglyphics because of emoji. Which is why at times I do genuinely believe that we are regressing in intelligence. But, you know, that's what also happens when we don't need to think for ourselves as much and computers think for us. Which is why, to a degree, I feel like we have peaked. And it's all downhill from here, guys. All right, anybody want to read the goddamn book? History of the Resurrection, which is a book about a person who got resurrected. You just want to make it to the singularity? Well, I just want to make it until I'm 30. And as a 27-year-old, it's a couple years away. I'll worry about singularities when I get to 30. Actually, I want to make it to 30 and still be streaming full-time. Those are my 2 goals. Make it to 30. Goal 2, still be streaming full-time when I make it to 30. Because at this point, I could still be streaming full-time, or I could definitely not be streaming full-time. Could kind of go either way. It would suck to not be, though, so. Anybody read the special book yet? Mastering Creation has to be a fucking Secrets of Life and Death book. But it's not. It's such a good name for a book, but... Let's just let my... Actually, no, I need these guys to keep training. I don't want any of them reading the books because I want them to be zombies, not necromancers. And then the way this is going to work is we're going to drown everybody. Well, we're going to drown the ones that, you know, we don't keep. Meditate on scholarship. I believe that that would mean that you would want to be a scholar, I would guess. You are now a scholar, Dwarf. Hope you like your new job. I guess I guess I can just do it this way. Oh my god, I've got a lot of books. All right. Nope, 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 nope. Does anybody remember the name of that book? I think I do. Unknown Gutter. What a hell of a name. Classic Gutter. I'm forbidding all of the books that I don't want them reading. Like, question the gutter. Question the gutter. Also, just the book called Temple. Also, to answer that question from earlier, I really should have just forbidden all of the books that... Nuanced Rebirth, that's it, right? Nope. That is not it. Okay. There are too many books in this fortress. History of the Resurrection. Nope. Actually, wasn't it a scroll? I think it was a scroll, meaning it would be in tools, not in codexes. I got most of them. All right, so then it would be in tools, which are down here. I mean, could you, Smexy? Since you think it's so funny. Yeah, most of these ones aren't even named. That and I can't even look at them. Or rather, they are named, but... Useful valve. Did they make steam? The Mysteries of Dying. That's it. I don't use Dwarf Therapist. But you don't watch my streams, so you wouldn't know that. As a lot of this digging into different folders is a lot of the fun of Dwarf Fortress. But if I could just instantly find it, what's the point? Get that trash out of here, Zane. All right. You heard me, Zane. So the question is, where is that book then? It's the only not forbidden book. So then where is it? I'm not a furry, so I'm indifferent on the existence of that spell. I have no desire to be a cat. Cats have a really short lifespan. They also have very low intelligence. They can't tell what direction you're pointing. They just want to murder things. I'm not a sociopathic murderer. Definitely a sociopath, but I don't understand why so many people want to be cats. There we go. It begins. Ignorance is bliss. No, they say that about politics all the time, and then the bad people win. You could do that as a human too, Zane. No. It's Maxi. Like, genuinely, like, I'm a very boring person when it comes to this shit. I think all that stuff's kind of gross. So, you know, you have your happiness, but it's keep it very far away from me, please. Excellent. We now have a necromancer. Gilded Liberties, which I'm going to rename to necromancers. And let's have some fun, shall we? No. I like being human and don't want to be an inferior animal. What's wrong with just enjoying being what I am instead of wanting to be something I can't be? All right, so we're going to bring the ashen handles into here. Let's see if we can make this work. I don't think you guys, I genuinely believe that you guys do not understand how disgusting I think this is. Can we change the subject? Like, if you want to make me physically ill, keep talking about what you're talking about, because it's working. Like I said, if you want those sorts of things, just keep them away from me. Hey, audio. I understand. No, nobody needs to be timed out, but chat needs to change the subject. Sorry, I've been streaming for 10 hours. I'm allowed to be a little bit snappy. All right, let's see what we can do here. Got a few more dwarves to wait for. Naturally. I certainly hope it's my chat. All right, well, this is our first vampire who asks, do you want to hear the one about the hedgehog and the grizzly bear? Yeah, gladly. Segfault, thanks for gifting a sub. Is that timer still going up? I think it did. Cheers. In this fort, I got one vampire. All right. Let's see what we can do. Let's pull the trap drain. Yeah, I've just got the one vampire who murdered a child. Just the one. That's that. This lever. This is just going to make a lot of water go everywhere. And then I've got 2 levers to tell my necromancer to pull. Did I just kill a dwarf? Nope. You did not die, Dastop, but you came damn close to. Okay. Let's turn on the Bigoo Whoosh, which is this. The Big Water Whoosh. Is it fair to say that I've probably already had that phone call? Oof, okay. That stopped oddly suddenly. What? Why didn't it make it to the end? Weird. Huh. Okay. That's a new one. Let's flip this switch. Zane, you're not funny. Can I, like, have my stream without that shit in my chat? That'd be cool. Yeah, I'm about on the same spot with that audio. I am very perplexed as to why that didn't fill up all the way. It's the first time it didn't flush like that all the way to the end instantly. Alright, well, regardless, I should be able to do this now. This should work. Theoretically. Floodgate. Oh, right, also. I should be able to just turn off these. Oh, really? Well, I guess I screwed that up. I thought I... Nope, I never hooked you up. All right, well, that's fine. I can just tell the dwarves to remove it. And pull this lever. I mean, we called him. We called him. Oh, we called him. Oh man, the troll got out. Damn. I'm drowning my dwarves to make supernatural creatures, or to try to make supernatural creatures, but I don't think we've succeeded. I do not think that we've succeeded. Because the troll went and died, and now the necromancer has got nothing to freak out over. Meaning I'm just drowning my dwarves. Let's pull that lever. Because I screwed it up. Yep, you got to experiment. And in this instance, we failed. Trying to save at least one of them, but the necromancer didn't get back inside in time. I'm pissed. It should have worked. Oh well. But I know exactly why it didn't. It's because the troll got out. Because I thought I replaced this with a wall, but apparently I didn't. So the troll was able to swim out, and then the troll drowned. And because the troll drowned, there was nothing startling or scaring the necromancer. Well, that was a catastrophic failure. You know, Smexy, I like you, but you drive me bonkers. Like, genuinely, the way you type hurts my brain. All right. Close the water flow. I don't want to ban Smexy, so stop threatening people, Audio. Let me deal with this. It's all good, Audio. I just wish that people would respect boundaries and understand where the boundary is, but some people here clearly don't. And I've stated the boundary a couple of times. They're still fucking doing it. You can be you, but also be respectful of other people. So please be respectful of other people. But yeah, no. So essentially what I was trying to do is I was trying to drown the dwarves while scaring the necromancer. And then theoretically the necromancer would resurrect the dwarves. Issue here is because the... The issue is because the troll drowned first. There was nothing to scare the necromancer. Yeah, it happens when you kill a lot of things. Dragon. Anyway, we'll pick up this fort tomorrow. We'll take another run at that. We'll make it work. I know this, Ellen, which is why I was panicking him, but he went and drowned first. So, because I thought that I'd finished building that. All right, well, it's just, yeah, well, people in the chat don't need to know. It's fine. All that they need to know is that what you said. Yeah. Sorry, I'm frustrated and salty. I'm mad at chat. But it is what it is. Tis what it is. Not a whole lot I can do about it, unfortunately. It's the last time you got real into it? Fair enough. Cheers, Smexy. Just learn to respect people's boundaries, and if you see boundaries and you don't respect them and you get told to politely to leave, it's on you. All right. Thanks for the stream. Hell yeah, Aqua. Well, we still got 5.5 hours left on the clock. Let's jump into something else for a bit, shall we? Let's jump into something else for a bit. It's all good, Zane. But I don't think you want me to explain it necessarily, so. Unless you do, in which case then I can. Yep, clock's gotten longer. Forgot it was up there. It's not going anywhere. We've still got, well, I guess theoretically it could have another 30 minutes added to it. This game's music slaps, by the way. My neighbor is laughing like a maniac upstairs. And it's genuine.